So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the session on evolving strategies in digital marketing. The digital reform has made a new marketplace on internet where everything and anything is available to explore and have a virtual feel. So the use of internet and the social media has changed the ways in which companies conduct their business. If we ask the question, what are the career opportunities for management students in digital marketing? The answer would be whether you are a creative person or a technical to teach the students to enhance their learning outcome. So dear participants, today we are delighted that we have Dr. Danish Shah with us for the session. So Dr. Shah is a professor in marketing and founding director of Social Media Intelligence Lab and co-director of Marketing Roundtable at Georgia State University. His research focuses on issues pertaining to digital transformation and linking marketing strategies to the financial performance of the firms. His research has been published in top journals such as Journal of Marketing Research, Harvard Business Review, Marketing Science, Journal of Marketing, and MIT Sloan Management Review. He is a co-editor of the Handbook of Research on Customer Equity. Dr. Shah's research has been a winner of 6 Best Paper Award and 3 dissertation-based awards. He has also received Teaching Excellence Awards and another award that recognizes a top marketing professional worldwide for the overall impact on marketing strategy. So on behalf of IILM Graduate School of Management, I welcome Professor Shah. We are so grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and becoming the speakers of today's session. Sir, over to you. Thank you so much, sir. Professor Danish? Okay, so I just got a message from sir that he lost the connectivity and he's joining. We can wait for 2 minutes.
Fortunately, this is one of the most interesting session, and I would also love to hear from Professor Danish. By the time he is here, I would love to know from my set of audience that digital marketing, there has been lots of evolution, especially during the COVID times. So it has brought the introduction of 5G technology also. And the best part is that there are n number of tools, n number of blogs which are currently talking about the free tools which are available for the digital marketing. So one of the tool I would share you on the WhatsApp right away, wherein you can check that how the companies, all of you know that what is SEO and how to capture the quick keywords of the SEO. But the interesting part of the story is that when the people like you and me, the general audience, for example, all of a sudden we thought to write a blog. So for us, we would also like that our blog is visible to a great extent. Now the story, the back-end story about all these concepts is the keywords. So how would I find that? What are the main keywords on which I should capture in my blog? So there are many tools, and then also across the globe, some tools are rated very high. So in the meantime, Professor Danish is joining. I would like you to introduce to a tool by the name of Harif tool. And I will share that quick link on the chat box to all of you, and I would love to explore that tool along with you today. So please allow me a moment till I do that. Just give me a minute, please.
Sir is back. Dr. Shweta, sir is back. Dr. Danish.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. So meanwhile, still I since captured the audience, I would like to share them that tool on the chat box so that they can check that later probably.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Sir, over to you, sir.
Okay, all right. So first of all, morning everyone, and my big apologies for dropping off. There's a major storm going on right now, thunderstorm over here in Atlanta, and it just knocked out the power, internet, everything. So sorry about that. In fact, I was a bit nervous in the evening with the forecast, hoping that this doesn't happen, and well, it did happen. So, anyways, glad to be here, and apologize for the slight delay, but let me get started right off the bat. Um, okay, 1 second. I'm just going to load my presentation because everything got knocked out. Okay, great. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, wonderful. All right. So let me just get quickly started, and just give a very quick intro because I know we've lost some time. So I just wanted to kind of give a quick sense of where I'm coming from because my presentation is going to be based off my experience, and hopefully you find it valuable in terms of talking about enhancing basically teaching and student learning related to digital marketing. So, Associate Professor of Marketing at Georgia State. I've been here for 13 years now, and I also have a secondary appointment at the Institute for Insight, which basically runs our analytics program. I wear multiple hats at the university. I think Shamali was giving my introduction, and that's where I kind of dropped out. But I'm the founding director. We have this new social media intelligence lab that promotes research initiatives in the space of social media. And then I'm also the co-director of Marketing Roundtable, which basically is a group of about 30 to 40 CMOs from large companies based in Atlanta. And we offer thought leadership to them, and also organize a lot of events and programs, including the annual Max Awards and the Future of Marketing Conference. Why I'm mentioning this is because this also serves as a great connection between academia and industry. And I'll elaborate a little bit more as we get into the presentation. A lot of my research focuses on how to link marketing to firm performance. And then I also do a lot of application of technology and data-driven insights to drive business performance. A lot of my research is very closely aligned with topics that I teach at Georgia State, and I mostly teach at the graduate and PhD level. So these are the courses that you see on the screen, which I'm currently teaching. And the last one is not really currently teaching. It's a brand new course that we have introduced. And it's undergoing approval process as we speak, but it's going to basically focus on social listening and how to get social media intelligence from tons and tons of data that we get on social media. Okay, so with that, let's get started with today's session. So I'm going to start off with a question, and this sounds like a strange question, being asked to educators, over here. What are your thoughts? And I don't know to what extent we can interact. Shamali, can the audience participate?
Yes, they can participate, sir. They can participate. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Because it's a 2-hour session online. Gets boring very easily, so I want to make sure that we make it as interactive as possible. All right, so let me ask this very seemingly strange question, to be asking educators, but what are your thoughts? Do you think college education is valuable for students? Any thoughts around that? Is
Yeah, partially. Sir, you can.
okay, partially
Yeah.
okay. Yes, it is. Okay, so I'm seeing some responses, which
Yes.
is ranging from partially to absolute yes, and so on and so forth. So let me share with you, some responses that the leading CEOs and entrepreneurs have to say about this, right? So here are some responses. This is coming from Elon Musk. Everybody knows who Elon Musk is, who feels that MBAs running the companies is not a good idea. And then this is Gary Vee. Some of you may know it, or most of you may know it. He's a very, very popular consultant slash blogger slash social media celebrity. He has a big talk on YouTube and social media where he elaborates on why he thinks college degree is useless. And then this is Mark Cuban, who is very popular. If you've seen Shark Tank, and he's a big entrepreneur, and he's also a co-owner of Dallas Mavericks, which is a professional basketball team. And he thinks he has a very strong opinion. And if you know Mark Cuban, you know that he has very strong opinion about pretty much everything. And he thinks MBA is an absolute waste of money. Okay, now we are talking about people who are considered thought leaders, very, very successful entrepreneurs or CEOs who have, and it's not just this, okay, there are quite a few other people, Warren Buffett and Mark Zuckerberg, and quite a few who've chimed in and kind of express very similar sentiment. Okay, and so the question for you is, why do you think these people feel that college education is not valuable? What are your thoughts on this?
So can I?
Yes, please.
I'm with an MBA program here, and I feel that instead of spending so much money doing an MBA for 2 years, if the students could invest the same money starting a business and just practically grow through that entire process, investing the same money and the same 2 years, they will end up learning a lot more.
Okay, great. No, excellent point. Okay, and the startup scene is getting pretty hot in India. We keep reading news about different kinds of Indian unicorns, doing extremely well and getting well funded. And then I'm seeing Dr. Tangala saying that practical insights are missing. Okay, why do you think practical insights are missing? From our program or the curriculum?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, what I feel, sir, is that our curriculum is based such that like we are focusing more on theory and like assignments and exams and all those and those things. Wherein the practical work is basically, I think it is missing in MBA. And what I feel is that in management, what we need to focus more on is on practical and like on job, on trainings and maybe surveys and such kind of things, wherein the students develop the knowledge of the market. Because at the end of the management program, I feel that they're actually not capable of handling the real situations or the real life problems when they end up with the jobs. And there's also a gap between the industry requirements and what we are actually teaching. That is what I feel is the major issue. What the industry requires is like there's a big gap between the skills what we are giving and what they actually require. So I think this MBA is like useless these days until and unless we bring a big difference in the syllabus or maybe the curriculum or something of that sort. This is what
Right.
I.
Okay, excellent. All right, great. No, excellent point. Excellent point, right? And I'm also seeing some really great reflections or pointers coming to the chat window, right? So one thing that so this kind of sets the agenda for today's talk, where what I'm going to touch upon are basically two things. Okay, one is what are the contemporary and evolving marketing topics related to digital marketing, since this session is more about digital marketing. And then the second thing is, let's explore, what would be the best ways to teach them, okay, so that we don't lose out on this relevance aspect, okay, which is so important. Education becomes, loses its value very quickly. It's like a depreciating asset, if you think about it. It depreciates very quickly if you don't stay relevant. And as rightly mentioned, by people on chat as well as through participation, and sharing your thoughts, that it is extremely important that you are relevant with what's out there in the industry. If you cannot bring that relevance into the classroom, it will lose its value. Yes, Dr. Biswaranjan, you have your hand raised. Yes, please.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, sir. Hello. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Just you ask the question that what is the need of doing MBA? The same question can be answered by me. So can I answer the question, or I can have a question to you as well? Can I
Yeah.
ask a
No.
question? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Based on this topic, suppose you are doing MBA in marketing, right? So without having digital, suppose a company, newest businesses are requiring digital marketing personnel. But if at a MBA guy, after completion of MBA in marketing, just specialization is having no knowledge on or expertise on digital marketing. So what is the use of this MBA degree with degree specialization in marketing in that particular job? So that is what I am saying. Unless you are having this kind of new kind of technology or technical knowledge you are having. So there is no use of MBA in your forthcoming assignment. So am I right, sir?
Yeah, so let me just rephrase to kind of make sure that I understood what you said. I think what you were trying to make a point here is that if you do your MBA and if you don't do digital marketing as part of your curriculum, then it's not going to be worthwhile. Was that your? Yes. Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree with you, right? And I'm taking it a step further in saying that even when you think of digital marketing or social media marketing, which is the focus today in today's session, is that the point that even there, the onus is on us as educators, and it's a very big responsibility that we kind of owe to our students, is that we make it super relevant, and it's easily said than done. Okay, and why is it easily said than done? It's because we are now living in a world that is moving at breakneck speed. Things are changing so rapidly that it just makes it exceedingly hard, to be in touch with anything and everything that's going on. And so those are some of the things we're going to talk about, when I say contemporary and evolving marketing topics. Those are some of the things that I kind of want to touch upon, as we kind of get into this, right? So, okay. So kind of moving on, right? So when it comes to teaching digital and social media marketing, what are the topics do you teach? Okay, so again, I'm looking at a room full of educators, and some of you or most of you, are teaching digital and social media marketing, or at least familiar with it. So if I were to ask you a question, given this major, digital marketing is actually a huge landscape. Social media is kind of a subset of digital marketing. What kind of topics do you teach, or would you want to teach, or you currently teach? What do you do there? Anyone? Does anybody want to take a stab at this? What are some of the topics that you teach currently on and under this big, huge umbrella, of and Guys, you need to keep talking because it's past midnight over here in Atlanta, okay? And if you don't participate, I'm going to fall asleep. So no, I'm just kidding. But please, what are your thoughts? Just take a stab. There's nothing like this thing. But what are some of the topics? What do you think is valuable or relevant or important? When it comes to digital and social media marketing.
So, sir, I would like to add that the SEO, SCM tools and a couple of influencer tools. So, lots of new tools which are in to capture the demographics or audience demographics looks important from one perspective.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Dr. Nanda. Very good, right? So SEO is super critical. It's one of the things, and other tools that could be helpful. What else? What else? Would that be the only thing that you would kind of do it?
Content marketing.
I'm sorry. Come again, please.
Content marketing.
Campaign marketing. Okay.
Content marketing.
Content marketing. Yes. Yes. Very good. Yeah. Content marketing, because social media is all about content. And if how to make that content go viral, and how a company can strategically develop and distribute content is basically what content marketing is all about. Very good. Yeah. Riddhima says email marketing. Yes, absolutely right. And then there are things like economics, business statistics. These are kind of maybe sort of related topics, but yes, you can bring that. Affiliate marketing, yes, very good. Social responsibility, excellent.
These are all LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, marketing, online advertising.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Online advertising, podcast.
Okay. Okay. Paid marketing. All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm also reading the chat window, okay, as you're speaking. So excellent. Yeah. Very good points. Digital marketing experiences in the traditional world. So what I would like to do here, right, is try and put this topic under three buckets. Okay. Traditional bucket, okay, which are a lot of topics that you guys mentioned. SEO and content marketing, email marketing, paid campaign, search, paid search. There is, so much stuff that is out there. How to make things go viral, how to run digital campaigns, across search engines or on different social media platforms, or you'll have different kinds of metrics and digital analytics and digital metrics that you can teach to your students. So a lot of these topics fall under the bucket that I would like to call traditional topics, okay, of digital and social media marketing. You go to any, buy any standard digital social media marketing textbook, you'll get these. Okay, what I want to emphasize or focus on are some of these non-traditional or emergent, topics that are also potentially helpful. Now, I think there's somebody who's not muted themselves. So just a request here, if you unmute yourself to ask a question, just please mute it once you are done, so that it filters out the background sound from you. So yeah, thank you. I think I get that silence again. All right. So let's look at some non-traditional topics, okay, that are there under digital and social media marketing. And these are some of them which are really, really hot out there right now. Okay. So the first one, the first one is around disinformation. So disinformation, can somebody tell me why this topic is interesting or important, or both? What do I mean by disinformation? And you can even raise your hand if you want, and then we can so that to make sure that people are not talking at the same time. But what is disinformation? I'm sure you're familiar with this, right? So disinformation has become super hot topic, especially in the context of social media, because a lot of information, like as consumers, right? We rely on social media for a lot of information, news, and basically, as we want to pass time, right? We consume so much content that comes out of social media. And so what ends up happening is that there are parties, agencies, individuals out there who weaponize social media and then spread, sometimes intentionally, information that can potentially cause harm or lead to outcomes that are unfavorable, right? So examples of disinformation creating havoc or unfavorable outcomes are so many out there. Primary being, there are election outcomes, especially in country like US, have been largely influenced by disinformation. Currently, we are in the midst of the pandemic, and I don't know what's the scene exactly in India when it comes to vaccination, but in US, vaccines are available dime a dozen. You can just walk down to your closest pharmacy and get yourself vaccinated, and it's completely free of cost because the government pays for it. And like we have the best of the best vaccines over here, Moderna, Pfizer, efficacy rate is very, very high. But do you know what the vaccination rate is in US, despite having sizable population of educated people out there? Does anybody know what's the vaccination rate in US, even though vaccines are freely available and it's been that way for several months now? Any guesses? It's close to 50% right now, okay? 50%. So roughly half of the population in US is still not fully vaccinated. And one of the major drivers of that is a lot of disinformation that's being spread over social media, where people say, oh, you may die if you take this vaccine, or oh, if a young girl takes it, then she may lose her fertility, or something of this will happen. Oh, this is a conspiracy theory, from pharma companies so that they want to make money. This doesn't really work. All kinds of fake information that's kind of making the rounds and creating havoc. Okay, so this information is a very important topic, and I feel it's very timely, very important to kind of bring it into the classroom, especially when it comes to things like digital and social media marketing. Okay, the other thing is consumer privacy. Okay, consumer privacy is a very hot topic because a lot of trust that customers place on companies can be easily lost if the company does not do a good job protecting the privacy and data of its customers. Okay, and so digital and social media practices, right, have become fertile grounds for a lot of these companies to kind of violate a lot of these privacy of customers. Especially when it comes to taking their data, putting cookies out there without customers knowing, or selling their information to other vendors. It's just complete havoc out there. And so consumer privacy is increasingly becoming important for lots and lots of firms out here when it comes to preserving consumer trust. And that's another really hot topic that needs to be discussed when it comes to digital and social media marketing. The third thing, which is non-traditional, is marketing attribution. Okay, and so what do I mean by marketing attribution? I've put some examples on the next few slides. But marketing attribution, is there anybody over here who talks about marketing attribution in their digital social media class? Okay,
I think we
so
do it more in analytics class. Huh? Marketing
okay,
analytics.
all right. So good. So you teach about it in the analytics class?
Yes.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Wonderful. So, another way, right? So, and I'll kind of give you a brief overview of what attribution is, and then the fourth one is RTB ecosystem. And then there are a bunch of emergent topics. So RTB ecosystem also I'm going to elaborate on the slides coming up after this. But I also want to touch upon some emergent topics, okay, which are also important and critical when you talk about digital and social media marketing. Okay, so for example, artificial intelligence and machine learning, a lot of information, unstructured data that gets generated on digital and social media platforms, you need AI and machine learning tools to really make sense out of it. Okay, because a lot of information that comes through social media is very noisy. There's a lot of junk in there, and so you need very good sophisticated techniques to kind of make sense out of it. And so AI and machine learning plays a very important role to make sense out of that data so that it becomes valuable to companies to a point where they can rely on that to make critical strategic decisions. And so AI and machine learning, one may think that, oh, that's probably a course by itself, or maybe belongs more to analytics classroom. Yeah, probably yes, but definitely some part of it needs to come in your digital and social media marketing class, especially in conjunction with NLP and those related topics. And again, I'm going to elaborate on it on the next few slides. And then here are some more emergent topics that are increasingly becoming important in the context of digital marketing or social media marketing. All right. So this is what I mean by real-time bidding ecosystem. And so what really goes on, when you see an advertisement, okay, when you go to a website, let's say you see an advertisement that pops up on your page. How many of you have really explained to the students what really goes on behind the scenes? And it's pretty fascinating, how this real-time bidding ecosystem works. And so these are all the players. So on the left-hand side, you see that there's an advertiser, okay, who basically wants to put an ad, and target it, to the right person at the right time at the right price, right? And then on the right-hand side, what you see is the consumer who's basically browsing in the digital realm, okay, going to different websites, opening different pages, and seeing ads. So the question is, how do these ads travel, from what the advertiser wants to show? And it's not just one advertiser, it's, millions and thousands of, advertisers who want to advertise. And then there are millions of consumers who are browsing at the same time. And what system governs, what ad gets seen by the consumer at what time on which page and things like that. And this is the whole system that makes it work. It's called the real-time bidding ecosystem. It works like a stock market, just like how stock market has prices, and then there is buyers and sellers. And then basically the transaction happens once the buyer and seller arrives at a price that somebody is willing to sell and somebody is willing to buy at the same price. Similar logic happens over here. And this is interesting, fascinating, and important, for customers to learn. And this is one of the things that many times, captures my
I think
okay, that I kind of like to show to my class is not just the. Can you hear me?
yes, sir, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, because I just got a warning signal here that the internet is down. I don't know if you can hear thunder in the background. It's just nasty over here. We very rarely get such severe thunderstorms, but I don't know. The gods just decided today to create this, maybe for dramatic effect. But there's a lot of thunder and lightning going on outside right now as I speak. Anyways. So I like to put context around things or principles that I teach. So what you're seeing over here are list of companies that are in this space that play a role in the real-time bidding ecosystem. So here, what you see are boxes and arrows, and then these are companies that um, students can relate to that play a very, very important role in the real-time bidding system. Okay, that kind of works. We spoke about marketing attribution. And so the question is, why should we care about marketing attribution? Somebody from the audience mentioned that, we talk about marketing attribution and I speak more about it or teach more about it in the analytics class. Well, that's great. But I think it's also important for students to understand marketing attribution when you're teaching your digital and social media marketing class. And the reason is as follows, right? This is how consumers basically behave today. Very rarely you'll see an instance where, you throw a TV ad and consumers will run, to the shop and buy the product that's advertised. Okay, that used to work 20, 30 years ago, where, the companies would run TV campaigns and, especially FMCG companies, and pretty much in the next few days they would see a sales bump, and it was a given thing. But you cannot really expect that anymore, and the reason that is because let's say you ran a TV ad, okay, and there's a good chance that the customers may see your TV ad, hopefully, if they are watching TV at that time. But then there's a very less chance that they're going to run to the store and buy the product. Most likely they may go on the internet and do their own research, in which case, right, your search engine marketing or display ads or paid search or whatever that you are doing kind of kicks in. They may also talk to their friends, check with them, look up product reviews, solicit advice from their other friends, in which case social media marketing kind of comes into play. And then finally, right, it may be that coupon that they happen to see in their email, which you may have sent out as part of your email campaign, that could have finally nudged that consumer to make that purchase, right? So there could be multiple touch points, multiple marketing channels, multiple platforms, multiple forms of marketing that kind of contribute to sales. And so it becomes really, really critical to really understand the relative contribution of different marketing channels or media on sales. And so the point here, right, and I think it's a very important point to make to our students when we are teaching, that even though, it's very easy to glorify and put digital social media marketing on a pedestal and say this is the way to go, especially when there's a very strong trend of customers gravitating towards digital. And you all know, right, the pandemic kind of just accelerated, right, that shift to digital. But, right, and the big but is that traditional marketing still works and traditional marketing still plays a role. And so, as much as important it is to understand how digital and social media marketing impacts consumer behavior, it is equally important for smart companies to realize how to marry those digital and social media marketing efforts with your traditional marketing efforts. And the only way, right, you can make a very informed decision in terms of how much to spend on traditional versus digital, and within traditional, TV, radio, print, and then within digital, social, mobile, internet, etc., right, is by having a clear understanding of marketing attribution. Okay, so there are studies, obviously, in interest of time, I'm not going to get into details of how this works, but there are marketing attribution models, and it is absolutely imperative in today's omni-channel world that companies have a good sense of to what extent different marketing channels play a role in converting a customer. Okay, and so marketing attribution helps you do that. AI and machine learning, we can keep talking on, and I understand that there are sessions that are kind of dedicated to this topic. So we are not kind of going to dwell into this in detail. But when it comes to digital, right, and social media marketing, AI plays a big role in the field of what is called natural language processing, right? And so what is natural language processing? Well, it's basically using computers to understand languages, okay? In the past, computers were fed languages which are called structured languages, like Python and C++ and so on and so forth. So these are computer programming languages. They are called structured languages. Very easy for computers to understand. Rule-based languages, no problem. The problem arises when you try to make the computer understand unstructured languages. Okay, so unstructured languages are basically languages that are spoken languages, like English, Hindi, Spanish, so on and so forth. And so these languages are relatively, or I would say, much more complicated than structured languages because there is no clear-cut rules that define how they are spoken or how they are communicated, right? And in the realm of social media, where people are posting opinions, putting emojis, putting sarcasm, and all kinds of things out there, uh, it becomes even more challenging, right? And so, what AI can be used is, comes really handy because traditional statistical models like regression and logistic regression and so on and so forth miserably fail to kind of make sense out of these unstructured languages. Okay, and so this is where AI really kind of plays a role. Um, um, Now, speaking of AI, right, it's very easy to kind of get excited about it because, hey, it sounds cool, and there are a lot of these projections made by experts like Ray Kurzweil, who has this theory of singularity where he shows this graph, following the Moore's law that over time, machines will become smarter than humans. They will exceed all the computation, as the computation power increases, memory increases, machines will become not only as smart as humans, but even smarter. And so it's very easy to kind of get carried away to think that AI is the magic wand that all of us need to learn and teach, and once we do that, everything will become awesome. But the truth, right, is far from that, right? So whenever we teach AI or machine learning or any of those methods, and I think this holds even for digital and social media learning, marketing, right? Always good to show both sides of the story, right? So one of the things that whenever we talk about AI, especially in conjunction with digital and social media marketing or understanding languages, it's very important to be fully aware of practical problems and limitations that come hand in hand whenever you're trying to implement AI, right? So just to go over it very quickly, right? You have labeling issues. For people who are familiar with AI over here or machine learning, that anytime you want the machine to do classification or supervised learning, you have to label the data. If the labeling is done incorrectly, it's going to give you wrong results. Okay, the results are going to be completely incorrect. Also, the volume of data needs to be substantial for AI to work well. If you have sparse data or not enough or not comprehensive data, AI is going to collapse. It's going to give you worse of results than what you would have gotten using simple plain vanilla regressions. Bias in data algorithms is very big issue. Sometimes this bias is not obvious. So there could be bias built into your data set, very hard to detect. And so if you are using data that has inherent bias built into it, it's going to lead to decisions which will also be biased. And then obviously there's this explainability problem. AI methods are black box techniques. And so if your objective of analysis is to really understand the phenomena, AI is definitely not the way to go. Okay, it may be a good approach for brute force prediction or brute force classification. Definitely not a good method to explain or understand phenomena. Okay. I don't know if you can hear thunder in the background, but it's still, pretty loud over here. Hopefully my mic is doing a decent job filtering some of those sounds out. Another thing, that I think is increasingly becoming very exciting is this whole notion around virtual reality. What used to be called virtual reality, 5, 6, 10 years ago, it has now a more generic term called mixed reality. Okay, and mixed reality is a more generic term because it basically takes into account not just virtual reality, which is the opposite end of the spectrum. So at one end of the spectrum, you have what is called physical environment, 100% physical world that we live in. And then the other end of the spectrum is the virtual world where everything possible is virtual. Okay, nothing is real in there. But a lot of interesting applications, right, that have sprung up in the realm of digital and social kind of sit in between here, between the space of augmented reality and augmented virtuality. And so a lot of this is contributing to what we call the metaverse. Are you familiar with the metaverse and basically, what it is about? It's a $50 billion business in US as of today. It's US alone. Okay, $50 billion of business is transacted in buying things that reside purely in the virtual world. Okay, I have a 12-year-old kid, son of mine, who plays Fortnite. I'm sure some of you have kids who are also play a lot of these video games, and so they buy these skins and backpacks and different kinds of things, and they just want to spend money. And I'm like, what's the point? And he's like, Dad, you're not going to understand. I need to look cool when I play out there. And they spend insane amount of money buying this digital skins, dances, and all kinds of things. And it's a huge economy. In fact, the projections are that in about 10 to 15 years from now, more money will be spent in the virtual world than in the real world. Okay, so this augmented reality, augmented virtuality are all applications that are really, really taking off, and these are really timely and interesting topics to bring into the classroom, because if you don't do it right, industry is not going to wait for faculty to start teaching things. Industry is moving at a rapid rate and rapid pace. As I said earlier, right, the onus is on us to kind of keep up with this, right? So this brings us to a very, very important question, right? That, okay, you talk about non-traditional topics and you're talking about emergent topics, but how do we keep up with all these non-traditional and emergent marketing topics, right? What can we do as academics? We also have a life, we also have to do research. We have a family to take care of, right? So how do we make sure, how do we keep up with all these things, and how do we compete, right, with industry out there, whose only bread and butter business is to look for these things, whereas for me, that's like something that I really have to make an effort. So what do I do, So one way, right, we can do this is either just keep it as an open discussion, or, another thing is we can divide the audience into breakout sessions, maybe for like 5 minutes. And then you can come back and we can have a discussion around how do you think, you can keep up with these non-traditional or emergent marketing topics. I have some ideas around this, but I first want to hear from everyone. So Shamali, what do you think would make sense? Open discussion or breakout sessions?
So sir, both can be fine. How much time they require for the breakout session? About
5 minutes, because
okay,
I
so
just want groups to, I know it's a big group, I see 117 participants right now in the window. So logistically, if you think it's feasible to do breakout
we can
sessions,
do breakout. Yeah, we can do that, sir. So how many groups do you want?
Totally up to you. It's your call. Maybe I guess 9 to 10 in each group.
Yeah, let us do 9 groups. That can be possible. Yeah, I'm doing.
So let's do this, right?
Yeah.
Let's take a 5-minute breakout session and then come back. And then, I would just want to hear from each of those breakout groups.
We are doing that, sir. Yeah.
1 or 2 ideas to answer this question, because I think this is a very important question for all of us. Okay, so Shamali, I will let you or your tech team to divide this, and I'll stay here in the main group, room, and then wait for the participants to come back, say in about 5 minutes. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah.
I'm making 10 breakout rooms.
Okay, excellent. Great.
Yeah. So the participants will join. And we'll be giving 5 minutes, then they will come back after the discussion.
And I think this is a great opportunity even for faculty to exchange ideas with your peers, because I'm sure everybody is from different institutes.
Yeah. So I'm making the breakout room and they will join now. Yeah.
Excellent.
I'm opening the rooms and they can join. So participants, you must have received the joining room. You can join there and come back after 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, no, I think, okay, people are still coming. Okay, can the groups, I see group 9 has already posted some ideas and suggestions. Do the other groups also just want to post their thoughts around this? That way everybody can see it. Great suggestions, group 9. I think group 1 tried to post something, but I don't see anything. So probably didn't get copy pasted properly.
Morning, sir. Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So good morning. It's a very nice session. A lot of learnings. And can I tell my views instead of, can I tell my views, sir, what we discussed?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can tell too, or absolutely.
Yeah, I forgot the group number, but I think my group members also will likely to contribute.
Group 4, sir.
Group 4. Okay, fine. Sir, I am representing a B school, that is DJ Academy for Managerial Excellence. We are affiliated to Bardea University, one of the state universities in Coimbatore and Tamil Nadu, India. So what we have decided is, recently in academic point of view, we heard about a company called Miram, and the company, what they've been doing is they're helping the academic institutions and the corporate to set up a social studio, right? So social studio, which is where the how the products or services, how the consumers are thinking in different social media platforms about a product, a brand, or services, and whether the positive tweets, negative in different social media. So they will help us to collect the views, and they will and based on this, the marketer is able to take a decision. So this is what they tied with the companies. Corporates, they've been doing like this, and for academic institutions also, they've been offering to help the real-time exposure and about whatever available in the public domain about any product, any brand. So the likes and dislikes, the comments and everything, they'll be giving us, and we are able to collect it, and we can give it for the students as a project. Okay, so how will you design a digital marketing strategy based on the real-time data about a particular brand? Okay, so that's what we are in the process, and we've been thinking of whether we'll have that studio can be set up, and students based on that the projects can be given for the students. So that is my view about how we can incorporate the emerging trends in academic point of view.
Right. No, that's a great initiative. That's wonderful. Sounds exciting, and I'm pretty certain that students should benefit tremendously,
Yes,
from
yes.
there. So good. I'm looking at some really great ideas and suggestions, and other groups. If you see, like, instead of saying ditto ditto, if you see something similar, maybe you can add unique points if you have any over and above what other groups have posted. But as you can see, right, there are quite a few very, very interesting ideas have come out, from the audience over here. So kind of going back to our addition, our original question, and I think this is by far one of the most important things, especially if you are teaching digital and social media marketing or any topic that is fast changing. If you're teaching accounting principles, you don't have to care, it stays the same, it doesn't matter. Or if you're teaching computer programming, nothing changes, the syntax pretty much stays the same. But that's not the case with quite a few marketing topics, especially digital and social media marketing, which changes so quickly. To kind of put this under some of the structure, and kind of this feeds off a lot of points already mentioned, right? So popular press, news, blogs, podcasts are super critical for academics like us to be in touch with it. We have to take out time to be in touch with what's going on around the world, because otherwise we run the risk of being outdated very quickly. Okay, so this doesn't have to happen one time or right around the time when we are teaching the course. This has to happen every single day, all year round, regardless of when you're teaching the course. Somebody had mentioned, I think one of the groups mentioned about Deloitte and industry reports and things like that. Personally, one venue where I've learned a lot is by attending conferences that are practitioner oriented. Okay, so we all go to academic conferences. Okay, so I'm sure you go to quite a few conferences that happen on the academic front, but then you are just hearing more of the same. If you want to get a taste of something really, really different and something that is more practitioner oriented, try attend one of those major conferences which are more geared towards practitioners. You learn a lot more, and you can bring a lot of it into your classroom. So personally, I always make it a point to at least attend two, if not more, practitioner or industry related conferences. Not only I learn a lot, sometimes I also make great connections with people who could serve as guest speakers, in my class, or I can, give me data so that I can do some kind of research. Okay. Third thing is, bringing guest speakers or CEOs. And, when I talk of CEOs, more of startup CEOs, because if you try and get a CEO from an established company, they don't have time, and even if they have time, and let's say you have some personal equity and they show up, they may not have terribly exciting or new things to talk about. But if you bring up a startup CEO, uh, not only they may be relatively more accessible or willing to come, but they may also talk about stuff that is more exciting and resonate with your students. So I also try to bring a lot of guest speakers, who are more in very technology heavy industries, young industries, fast growing industries. We are dealing with a generation now who are not that quickly impressed if I bring in somebody from Coca-Cola or Delta Airlines, which are headquartered here. But if I bring somebody, from a very fast growing, firm with very innovative business model, instantly we get students' attention. Um, Another thing where, I found a lot of inspiration sometimes is, when I start doing research projects, and then I start digging deep, into a phenomena. So I mentioned metaverse, for example, and right now, as I speak, just kind of 1 week ago, started doing research on metaverse. And so as I started doing research, I started learning a lot about it. And so many times, when you start researching anything related, in this space, there is ample of scope of bringing that learning back into the classroom. Okay, and I've personally benefited a lot, and also it's resonated very well with the students, because now not only I'm talking about case studies, in the context of companies, but now I'm also talking about very new insights, okay, that is still not out there, but as a researcher, I'm trying to, uncover, and they find that very fascinating. Okay, so how can this be done? So here's an example, okay, of how, I brought research into the classroom. um, we got this opportunity to work on with the city of Atlanta, to build the reputation score for the city of Atlanta. Okay, so the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, that is basically the organization that controls and oversees, all kinds of commercial activities in the city. They wanted to uh, calculate that, how reputable is the city vis-a-vis other cities. Okay, and why is that important? Because if your city has a high reputation score, then not only it will attract investments, it will also attract talent. Okay, which is super important, if you want to grow and if you want to attract headquarters of major corporations, right? And so what we did was, we started interviewing a lot of people, and we started coming up with dimensions of city reputation that would kind of help us compute reputation score. But the interesting twist over here, which kind of makes it relevant, to our thing, is that we tapped a lot of this data from online sources, right? So we got data from online conversations. So how are people generally talking about the city, and then how can we filter that information so that it gives us an indication of how reputable the city is, what kind of media coverage, the city is getting. And then we also ran surveys, so primary sources of data, and then combined everything to kind of measure the volume, what are the topics of conversation, and what's the sentiment around those topics. Okay, and so basically, we developed algorithms and then set up technical environment and then automation procedures that could help us do that. And then we developed visual dashboards that could show us the reputation score. And then to make that score meaningful, right? It was very important that it was meaningful and was just not a number. We kind of correlated that with a bunch of indicators, macroeconomic indicators, so that we could show that, well, if the reputation score went up, then also the economy of the city, or the FDIs, or the net change in population, and other key indicators that the city cares about also went up. Okay, in other words, there was a positive correlation. Right now, so and this kind of helped us, get some external validation. Right, so a lot of interesting research questions, okay, that were there, that was more of interest for academic journal. But what was interesting for us, or the stuff that we could bring it back into the classroom, is kind of really teach our students, how to do classification in a real context. So in our case, we were basically looking at 3 stages of classification with the data. And so what I did was I actually showed the dashboard to my students and I said, okay, we are pulling the data, okay, raw data, really messy data coming in. And then the first thing that we really need to do so that we filter out the junk is look at every single post, every single news item, every single information that's flowing into our server, and then make this judgment call, is this data relevant or not relevant to the reputation of the city? Okay. If it is relevant, then what is the topic of that conversation that you are picking up? And then what is the underlying sentiment of that conversation? Okay, so just to make this concrete, let me just show you some examples. So here's actual samples of data, okay, that we kind of collected. So here are 2 tweets, okay. Both of those tweets mention the word Atlanta in it. Okay, so if I were to do a social listening thing using a tool and say, okay, anything and everything related to Atlanta, save, it's going to save both of these tweets. But then the question is, which tweet do you think is relevant to the reputation of the city? Is it the first tweet or the second tweet? Okay, and the question is that it's the second tweet because the second tweet, talks about something that would have relation with the infrastructure of the city. The first one is just somebody rambling away, okay, and has put hashtag Atlanta in it. Okay. Similarly, there are 2 news items. Both news items mention the word Atlanta in it. And so, which news item is really relevant for the reputation of the city? And clearly, it's the second one, not the first one, because the first one just basically has a listing of all the teams that are out there, and Atlanta happens to be one of them. But this news item is not reflective of the reputation of the city, right? So then it comes, what is the topic of this conversation? First one, it's traffic, and the second one is crime. And then what's the sentiment? So basically, these are the 3 things. And so our challenge, right, as we did this project, and this is purely a research project, the challenge was how to get the relevant topic, relevance, and the sentiment for millions and millions of posts that kind of come every single day with minimal human intervention. Okay, if I ask you to make the classification, yes, you can read each one of it and make that judgment call. But how would you do that for millions on millions of these conversations and tons of data that flow in 24/7? Okay, and so basically we use the CNN network, a convoluted neural network, basically to help us, do that classification, the 3-stage classification out there. But without getting into technical details, okay, when I brought this into the classroom, a lot of our students' eyes just lit up because now they had context. Okay, we were doing something in the real thing. We were doing using a methodology that was cutting edge, cannot be found in standard textbooks. So these kind of things can help, enrich the knowledge of your students. Okay, and so this is just one of the examples of how you can bring your own research, if it is related to digital and social media, bring it into the classroom, right? And it could be anything. It doesn't have to be a technical topic like this. You may be doing something that's survey based, right? You may be looking at people's attitude towards, say, social media consumption or people's digital habits, related to social media. And you may get novel insights as part of your research, which may not be there in any printed textbook that's out there. And so the key is, how can you bring that information into the classroom? And you should, right? So that's one of the another interesting channel that I see to kind of bring that information into your thing. So I had originally budgeted for a 10-minute break at this point, and I will defer to Shamali whether we take the break or we go on, because I know it's a 2-hour long class. Should we give our audience a little bit of respite so that they can get up and stretch and do something, check emails or whatever, or do we move on?
So we can have a 5 minutes break, sir.
Okay, fine, fair enough. So let's take a break. Everybody, sitting is the new tobacco, right? As they say, extremely unhealthy to keep sitting in one place. So please stretch around, do whatever it takes, and let's resume in exactly 5 minutes. So Shamali, I'll wait for your cue. I'm going to mute myself.
Yes,
Once you
sir.
give the
Yeah.
cue, I will resume. Okay?
Sure, sir. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks. All right, let's resume from where we kind of stopped our earlier thing. All right, so moving on, let's just get assumed that okay, we have everything sorted out as far as relevant topics are concerned. Okay, so we got the topics, we got latest topics out there. So coming to the second part of it, so what would be a good way um, to make our teaching as effective as possible? Okay, what are some of the ways to do that? And let's just keep this as an open discussion item. Okay, so I'm going to feed you with three pillars that I feel are important, when it comes to effective teaching, and help me populate, those three pillars with specific methods that you think would work. Okay, so I feel, to be effective at teaching, at the very bare minimum, you want to enhance your student learning. Okay, so you want to teach in a way that students learn or their learning is maximized. Second point becomes more critical, especially in today's world where we're living in a world full of distractions and very, very low attention spans. And so not only you want to teach the right content, which helps students learn and enhances their learning, but you also want to teach it in a way that it's interesting. Otherwise, you're going to lose that. And third thing, which I think is also equally important, is you don't only want to teach your students to make them learn stuff, you also want to increase their employability in the marketplace. Okay, and because we are in the business of changing people's lives, and their life will truly, truly change, especially in a field like marketing, which is inherently applied field, is if they can use that knowledge to get a great placement and do well at their workplace, right? Not just get a job, but actually thrive in their workplace. All right. So what can we do, okay, to kind of address one or more of these pillars that's out there? Any thoughts on this? Any thoughts on this? How can you enhance student learning, or what can you do um, to sustain student interest, or or increase employability of students?
Good morning, sir. This is Dr. Muklesh Tiwari.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir,
Sir,
very good morning.
Sir, I think a few aspects are there which we need to consider while dealing with such kind of a effective teaching, you can say. That
Okay.
it must relate to the employability, as you said, the future, not only the past related, because what happens in the teaching form, the books are coming when the things are already experimented, done, or not necessarily it is relevant for the upcoming time when our student is going to become employable, or when they are going to actually use such concepts. So somewhere you can say the augmented kind of a form, or even the things which we are teaching, we need to relate to the current, at least the current one, how you can apply it, and somewhere the future dimension, how you need to you can say the change or modify in terms of the future, because somewhere slight modification also will help. It's not you can say the compartment kind of a things where the after 1 year the things was entirely going to change. There will be a modification, and if they are understood the current thing what we are going to teach them, they will be capable to augment it, or you can say modified it as per their own time whenever they feel required it. So the link between what's happening right now in
Right.
even in the all the dimensions, generally what happens, teacher focus on the core dimension which where they are working on, but we need to look in the current affairs from whatever is going on in the person's life, then politics, nations, interpolitical, you can say the dimension, geopolitical dimension, in everywhere, how you can put your view or your, you can say the topic, your area into in it, and then analyze it in that domain.
Okay, got it. All right. Yeah. Thanks,
Thank you.
Mukesh. Um, any other thoughts around this? How do you stop your students from looking into cell phones, or how do you make sure that they land the job that they want to land at? Obviously, a brute force way is just ban cell phones and say nothing doing. You cannot have your cell phone out. But I like to take the challenge and say, go ahead, keep your cell phone out. But then what can you do, right, to sustain their interest? So, some things, again, which have kind of worked for me, and I'll kind of give you. So one thing I do when I teach digital social media marketing or related courses, including strategic digital transformation and all, is I don't use any textbook whatsoever. I don't like to put structure in my classrooms. Textbooks impose structures and they bring in outdated content. Okay, that's my opinion, especially in a topic like this. And so, what I like to do is I like to keep some flexibility and I lay it out very clearly in my syllabus, which may or may not be possible for some of the curriculums that are, I think, governed by the board. In your context, but if you have an autonomous university, then you have a lot more latitude, right? So I don't use textbooks at all. My assignments are not predefined. They are based on current events that occur as the classroom progresses. So if something interesting were to happen, I use that and I convert that into an assignment. And then the third thing I do is I mandate my students to take industry certifications, which can help them in their program. So, for example, Google Analytics certification, Hootsuite certification. They have a platform-based certification that I make them take so that they learn how to manage social media. I make them take Tableau certification. So these are all very valuable certifications that industry values, and it kind of they can proudly put it on their LinkedIn and definitely help them with entry level jobs when they are going out there into the marketplace. Our job, right, especially I think in the context of India, where a lot of students tend to be students without work experience, right, our job is to ensure that they get that foot in the door. After that, it's their life. Okay, it's their thing, how they navigate their career, but we have to equip them enough that they can get a foot in the door, and these things help. They go a long way in kind of doing that. I also don't like to use canned case studies, like Harvard Business, or case studies that are more backward looking than forward looking. I like to use case studies which are based on stuff that is going on around there. Now, agreed, right? This approach puts more pressure on the instructor to kind of keep an open eye and keep scouting in terms of what's going on. But I think students appreciate it tremendously, when you make things super current than something that kind of happened 2 years, 3 years ago. And then you are like saying, okay, so should Netflix expand its streaming business or not? And they're like, duh, why are you even asking this, right? Everybody knows what happened to Netflix. And so why can't we not talk about Netflix versus Disney Plus and talk about a Harvard case study that occurred 3 years ago, right? So these are kind of some of the things. So let me, make this a little bit more concrete with a couple of examples just to kind of illustrate my point. So speaking of case studies, right? This was actually an event that occurred as I was teaching my exec MBA class. Okay, so you may or may not know, or I'm sure a lot of it would have seen this, but this happened in 2017. Okay, and the timing was impeccable because I was teaching the exec MBA class around that time. This happened on Sunday. Saturday was my first class on digital and social media marketing with my exec MBA students. Okay, so let's see what happened. on United Airlines. Okay, one second. I just want to make sure.
Sir, can I ask you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, it would be great for all of us here if you can please share a few portals or few platforms from where we can, get the case studies that you are talking about, because it becomes really difficult when we're talking about Harvard, it is available. But are there certain portals where we can access and get through good and fresh case studies, sir? If at all it is, please share, sir.
Yeah, so that's all, right? So I don't use any of those portals, okay, which are like paid case studies, like Harvard that you mentioned. So Harvard is there. There's Ivy, case studies. Ivy Business School has case studies. There are quite a few out there. I don't use them. What I do is this is like a YouTube-based case study. Okay, so yeah, let's watch this and tell me if you can hear the sound, okay? Because I wanted to make sure I share the system sound. Can you hear it?
Yeah, we can, sir.
Okay.
It is audible.
Hey, come on. Come on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! Guys, my god, what are you doing? No, this is wrong. Oh my god, look at what you did to him. Oh my god.
Okay, so you get the sense, right? This, they had overbooked their flight and on United Airlines, and after everybody had boarded, they realized that one of their crew members needed to get to on the same flight, so they asked one passenger to volunteer and get off. Nobody volunteered, so they said, well, if nobody volunteers, we are going to pick somebody randomly, random draw. And so they picked this guy, and this guy said, I don't want to get off. I paid for the full ticket. I need to get back home, so I'm not going to get off. And they said, well, sorry, you have to get off. And when he resisted, they brought in security and they just kind of dragged him out. Everything got shot, got posted on social media. It went crazy. So this happened on Sunday evening. Okay, we had a class on Saturday. Sunday evening, this happened. It was all over social media worldwide. I know quite a few of my friends from India also saw it and kind of reacted. So I sent email out on Monday morning to my exec MBA students, and I said, okay, guys, I'm sure you may have seen this. If not, here's the link. And let's see how the CEO now reacts, given that this crisis has happened. How are they going to react and address to the people at large, right? So Monday morning, this is the first response that comes from the United CEO, okay? And this response, if you kind of read it, right, it sounds more like a lawyer wording something and trying to make sure that, let's put it in a way that we don't accept any liability kind of thing. And this particular words, I apologize for having to reaccommodate these customers, didn't go very well. Okay, because if you go to see, right, it's a very cold response, doesn't really apologize to the person who bore the brunt of this, and got injured and got humiliated, being dragged out of the plane. And so after this response that came from the CEO of United Airlines, social media just went crazy. Okay, so and so this is basically stuff
Talk
that happened on Monday.
Turbulence. United better fasten its seatbelt. Attacked on Twitter, bored as a doctor, leave as a patient. We put the hospital in hospitality. parodied on late night.
If we say you fly, you fly. If not, tough.
Look at what you did here!
Give us a problem and we'll drag your ass off the plane.
This movie clip from Airplane has taken off.
Everything's...
The word of the week is reaccommodate, as in we can reaccommodate you the easy way or the hard way. Getting ready to fly involves bubble wrap for man and man's best friend. The captain has turned on the no passenger sign. Most of the online slings and arrows came via the hashtag new.
The rest of the video just kind of goes on showing how nasty the responses started becoming because of the response of CEO of United Airlines, and how cold and unacceptable that response was, right? So this kind of instantly became kind of a case study, okay, for not just research but even for practice at large in terms of how to react to a social media crisis, okay? Or in the case of United Airlines, how not to react to a social media crisis, right? And so as this event was unfolding and, after the first response that came from the CEO of United Airlines, lot of experts started chiming in terms of what they should have done and what they should have not done, right? And so, these are some of the things that clearly emerge as valuable pointers that if a company messes up on social media, then these are the things, basic essential things that you need to do. At the bare minimum, you need to take responsibility, you need to apologize, and you need to clearly state to the public at large how you're going to fix the problem. Okay, because when anything like this goes viral, it's not just that one person that's impacted, it's everybody, right, who's seeing your message, that gets impacted. Your brand takes a beating in the eyes of everybody who sees that message. And it's also important that you really say it like you mean it and not like a corporate jargon or like a lawyer that's out there. Because if you don't do these things, then your damage to the brand is just going to get amplified over social media. And this case study was classic and perfect because, I mean, from a timing standpoint, because I'm, addressing a bunch of exec MBAs who are all like corporate leaders, and they were all in rapt attention, when this happened, because they're like, okay, if we get into a position or my company gets into a position like this, maybe I can learn from this, from this mistake. So after one day and after all this and social media going crazy, this is the second response, okay, that came from the United CEO on Tuesday. And if you break this up, right, you will see that this is like a textbook example of a way to respond if your brand gets into a crisis and you are at fault. Okay, so first of all, it is apologizing to the person, okay, that was impacted, which is super important, right? It is taking full responsibility, not trying to dodge any liabilities that's out there. It's making a commitment of fixing what is broken, okay? Not just making an empty promise, but laying it out what all they're going to do to fix that issue. And more importantly, right, giving a timeline in terms of when this would be done. This is like a textbook case of how to respond to a social media crisis in the event your brand gets in a mess, right? Because if you're a CEO of a big company, right, there's no way you can control all possible employees and all possible scenarios that are out there, right? So your brand there is a good amount of likelihood that your brand can get into a major problem or a crisis. And so if you have something like this readily available in terms of how to respond, then you don't fumble at the last minute, right? So this is one way to kind of take pointers from what's going around you and bring it into the classroom. So I love listening to music. That's one of the things I am extremely fond of. So I happened to listen to this song, which I'm sure all of you have listened to, and this comes from India. from a very popular singer called Badsha. Okay, so this is a song. Okay, song pops up, okay, on my Spotify playlist as a recommendation. I'm like, who's this kid, who's singing this song? Okay, it says Badsha, but who's this kid, and uh, why is he singing this lyric and what's going on? So I got curious, okay, and I said, all right, let me look it up. So I Googled it up, and instantly, this kid's name came up, and I talked to my mom who's in Mumbai, and she said, oh yeah, this guy has now become a star and he's come on Indian Idol and so on and so forth. So here's the interesting thing, right, about this song, which I'm sure most of you know. This is where the song originally came from, okay, in terms of inspiration, okay, and this is the guy who originally sang it, okay. This guy is Kamlesh, I guess, Kamlesh Rathod or something like that. He's the guy who sang this song 2 years ago, and he's been singing for the last 20 years. Okay, he got the inspiration from these Adivasis and picked up the tune, wrote a song, and then sang it. Okay, nobody cared and nobody knew about it. Okay, and then this 10-year-old kid happened to sing the song, and they took the video, put it on social media, went viral, and gets a phone call from Badsha. And Badsha is a smart guy. He's not only a smart singer, he's also a very smart businessman. And he said, well, this song has already gone viral. A lot of people love it. Let's just make a song around that. Okay, and this guy is now an instant star. Okay, the tragic thing is, this person who's been singing for 20 years of his career and originally wrote the song and has sung it, nobody knows him, nobody cares about it, right? This kind of just goes to show power of social media, right? Even Justin Bieber, right, was originally identified through social media, right? So there could be very interesting case studies like this happening all over the world, including India. And so sometimes if you bring in these mini case studies and not these major formal Harvard business case studies, and if you bring it into the classroom, I'm pretty certain it's going to capture the attention of your students, especially if it is very, very current and happening, as the classroom is going on. So with that, I'm going to end the session. Thank you so much for your attention. And I believe we have some time for questions. So very happy to take any questions or comments related to this. And yeah, please, I think in my earlier slide, I do have my email. If you have any follow-up questions, in case I'm not able to answer right now, feel free to reach out and feel free to stay connected through LinkedIn. Yeah. So Shamali, over to you in terms of how you want to do the next
question from the audience. You can raise hand or ask directly. Anybody? Mr. Devajyoti?
Hi, Dennis sir.
May I?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I was listening to your views. Thank you for sharing these wonderful views. I was in our break room session, we were discussing. One of the points that you mentioned, and it was very helpful. So I am currently a doctoral student of IIM Ranchi, and I have around 20 years of experience. So mostly in India, and I was managing Southeast Asia, a couple of countries actually earlier. One thing, and I graduated from Asian Institute of Management in Philippines for my MBA. So one thing that we do in the institute, because I'm a part of this alumni group, and then we discuss in this JK also, who I think is the chairman of AACSB board now. So we try to connect our students with the CMO or maybe a senior person of the organizations in the industry. Like typically we have this public-private partnership, like government and private. So we took it as an example, and then we try to connect with the CEOs and the CMOs, because those are the things, those are the areas where the recent development and recent studies have been happening. And because typically our student has to do a management program or maybe an internship somewhere. And if somebody is interested in the digital media, so we try to connect with them over there. So it is a win-win situation because so when we put our student over there, and these are very meritorious students, they pick up good things and then they transfer the knowledge to the class also. And then accordingly, we design the curriculum also. So we update our curriculum, what is the current trend and how we can actually take part. Now, if this guy is doing a good job in the internship, there is a finite chance that he or she might be absorbed in the organization. So currently, I'm the head of project management for Kotak Life as of now. And honestly, we are facing a huge gap when we go for campusing, or I personally do the interview of the senior management also. So these are the things that might help if you can bridge between the academic and the industry. So whenever you say it was very interesting, so we can quickly correlate from both the angles, from industry and academic point of view. So thank you for sharing. Just want to add this point.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah. No, I'm glad your institute is doing that, and I think that's a great initiative. So over here, we have the social media lab, and one thing we are trying to do is create an advisory council. And in fact, quite a few schools are doing that, where they are bringing in a bunch of industry experts, like digital heads or marketing heads, and create a small advisory council with them, and then tap into those resources to help make changes into the curriculum. So that way you have a captive audience that helps you, and you don't have to go around fending for yourself and hunting, okay, what else, what new thing do I do? You have this captive audience of experts, who are constantly feeding you, and then they also double up as guest lecturers. So anything like that, I think would be super helpful for your institute, your students, and also for your personal growth and development, to kind of be at the cutting edge of knowledge. So yeah, great. Thanks. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? This is Dr. Satish Chandra from IILM University.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is that, sir, as we know, the online influencers, opinion leaders and the professional consumers, so who are the professional advocates of the brands these days. So how these variations of these professional consumers and then opinion leadership can be encouraged in online platforms?
How can, sorry, can you repeat your question? You're saying
how can we encourage? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
no, I mean to say, how can we encourage the opinion, like in the case of, like, if I need to purchase a bike, I will ask my elder brother or the mechanic for the technical reasons. So they are the opinion leaders, who are the innovators or something. So how we can encourage these kind of people on the online platforms?
On online platforms, how can
Because
we
the companies are driving towards digital and social media marketing and advertising. So this mileage, how to be, what I can say, construct this mileage in online media.
These decision makers, you're saying that you would go and this thing, right? So I think influencer marketing is basically one possible channel that you can use, where you tap into people whose opinions are relatively more trusted than companies saying something, right? So if you, and I believe you have influencer marketing as one of your session, I think in in this FDP 5-day program, that would definitely be the way to go. And companies just have to be careful. Sometimes they overspend on celebrity influencers where, yes, there is good following, but the trust level may be very low. So research shows that trust may not necessarily be correlated with fan following. So you may like to follow somebody, but not necessarily you'll trust if the person says something, especially in the context of a product or service, because as a consumer, you'll put your red flag out and you'll say, oh, he or she is saying it because they are paid by the respective company. So picking the right influencer is important, and especially the ones that have a higher trust equity with the consumers, and that would be a good way to go.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So Dr. Aisha has one question.
Yes, Aisha, please.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. It was really nice listening to you. Myself, Aisha, Dr. Aisha from St. John's Medical College, Bengaluru. Though not into marketing, I'm basically into administration and hospital clinical operations. But we do study marketing, and being a faculty, our students do study marketing. As much as you know, in healthcare, this marketing, especially for not for charitables, is not so relevant, though we do look at it. I don't know how much relevant it is to the session's topic today, but I would like or request you to shed some light about the legal framework for digital marketing in India, especially for healthcare industry. Because and also second part is where we stand in terms of content marketing in terms of healthcare and hospitals.
Right. Okay. Great question. So marketing is playing an increasingly important role now in healthcare industry. In fact, that's the big trend right now in US as we speak. The Journal of Marketing, which is one of the premier journal from a research standpoint, has announced a special issue for issues that sit at the interface of healthcare and marketing. Okay, so how would it play a role? Well, simple things. First of all, customer experience and customer satisfaction in the context of healthcare is increasingly becoming important. And so if you can manage your hospitals or healthcare industry through the marketing lens, you can use that to manage patient experience and patient satisfaction. Okay, so that's one way to look at it. The other thing is that a lot of intervention, healthcare intervention or healthcare preventive practices, well-being, awareness around health-related issues can be disseminated using social media. So that's another very hot application where healthcare can play an active role of engaging existing patients or potential patients through social media. So these are some of the things that come right off the bat, but definitely I wouldn't exclude healthcare at all from a marketing standpoint.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shah, for giving us a very nice exposure to contemporary marketing practices with interactive discussion on strategies on digital marketing. Thank you, sir, for your valuable presence and time. And you have made a huge effort to join us today, despite the internet challenges. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right. So thanks for having me, everyone, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. So the next session is at 11:45. We have 10 minutes break now. Join us 11:40. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. A very warm welcome to the session by Dr. Professor Shamli Satpathy. And I would quickly like to introduce all of you to the professor. So being a student-focused professional and a resourceful trainer, Dr. Shamli Satpathy has 16 years of a mixed experience in corporate and academics, which includes 4 years in market research and 12 years in teaching. Holding PhD in management and masters in business administration from Sambalpur University, she has also done executive program in HR analytics from IIM Rohtak. She has authored one book, Employee Retention in Globalized Economy, The Case of India, and has published several research papers in the area of OB and HR in various journals of high repute. She has also received the Best Paper Award for her research paper on entrepreneurial orientation and associated factors among academicians. and analytical comparisons of pre and post-pandemic era in the global conference CPIM 2021 on sustainability and innovative management practices in uncertain times. She brings energy and clear focus to the roles she holds and maximizes her corporate as well as teaching experience and training abilities. Pursuing her passion in teaching and training, she has also years of experience in conducting workshops and training programs for corporate professionals in various private and public sector organizations such as National Fertilizers Limited, Airport Authority of India, CDIL, DS Group of Conflict Management, Team Building and Negotiation Skills, Gender Sensitization and Sexual Harassment, and Work Attitude and Employee Performance, Motivation and Job Satisfaction, etc. She has received Outstanding Teacher for the class of 2018 for educating students and inspiring them in the pursuit of their goals on 15 June 2018 at the annual convocation of IILM. So I hereby welcome Professor Dr. Shamli Satpathy as an invitee as a speaker of this session. Welcome, Dr. Shamli.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta. So you don't have to welcome me since we both are there since the beginning. And thank you so much for the introduction. Before I start the session, I would like to ask one question to all the participants. I mean, what is coming to your mind when you think about the topics of this particular session, technology and human dimension? Anything that you want to share or any expectation on this topic? Anybody? I request all of you to participate in the session, because it is not like, you know, I'm teaching or students are saying, it's mutual. You all are teachers to me also. Yeah, anything is coming to your mind if I talk about the topic, technology and human dimension? Anyone? No? Let me, acha, I got some lines from here. Technology needs human and human need technology. Okay, very nice. Any other point? Two sides of coin. Okay. What else? You can speak. I want to speak. Yes.
How to enhance the decision making with the help of technology.
Okay, very nice, sir. Very nice. How to use technology in decision making. Yeah. HR can work technology. Okay.
Social impact of technology on day-to-day problems for human beings.
Sir, why only social impact?
Well, it's one of the dimension I'm talking.
Okay. Okay, very nice, sir. Any other point?
Ma'am, optimum utilization of resources via technology, ma'am.
Okay.
Efficient utilization of resources.
Perfectly fine.
Ma'am, to optimize human performance.
Okay. Optimize human performance by use of technology?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the session is on technology and human dimension. Before I start the session, let me tell you, participants, we are talking about technology as a tool to enhance human dimension, not to replace it. So now all of us, we talk about technology, and we are depending on technology for many things now. So because we see the benefits of technology as it is increasing the efficiency, now efficiency in terms of what? Efficiency in terms of your data processing, data management, increased access to data. Then you can talk about speed of delivery, then quick decision making. Someone was talking about that, and speed delivery, and direct communication, and reaching to people, isn't it? So, but the biggest question is, can technology replace human decision making in which the raw data is the only component with the factors such as trust, understanding, ethics, then predictive human behavior, which impacts directly on decision. Do you agree to my point? So this particular session is focusing on the impact of technology on human lives and the future of jobs. So what we are going to discuss today, we will talk about how technology has impacted the life in various ways. We will see how the jobs have been changed in different areas. Then we will talk about the importance of human interaction at the workplace, why it is important to be a part of technology as a human. Then we will talk about the role of HR analytics in people related issues, because when we talk about technology, obviously your analytics is coming there. Yesterday we had session on data analytics, then digital marketing. So we need to understand all these points, right? So this particular session will be focusing more on discussion, case analysis, and the data I have shared and few exercises. So I request all of you to participate, because it will not be one-way session. Okay. So before again I talk about technology, I would like to connect something. So one more question to all of you. I hope you people are not getting irritated with so many questions. Now the question is, how is this lockdown affecting all of you? Anyone, please? We were there with this lockdown for 2 years. So how has it affected all of you? You can talk about positive and negative. Yes. Anyone?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Munmun Mohanty.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I think I will start with the negative one. The lockdown has impacted people's mobility.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Kusmilata Datta.
Like he was talking. Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think like he was talking about like the sitting is the new tobacco. So I think that is impacting everyone's family members' health adversely. That is one thing. And the other thing is you don't have to travel to work. You can sit down at home and you're working from home. But then there is a flip side to it. I mean, the smartness that you gather from other people, working with other smart people, the knowledge that you gather from observing them, that is also lacking in this work from home mode. So I think these are the two observations I have.
Hi, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Kusmilata Datta.
Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am. I think this lockdown has made teachers more tech savvy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else, ma'am? Any positive aspect that you would want to add?
Yeah, tech savvy teachers have become more tech savvy, and they are can avail more e-learning resources.
Okay.
They are exploring more e-learning resources, which earlier we were not doing.
Any other point? Anybody else?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I'm Dr. Smita from Doon University. I feel like stress is becoming more and more, especially for because the children are more and more demanding. They want the time as well as the things. And being as a faculty, we have to devote the time for the classes, at the same time manage the home also. So these things is really sometimes very much irritable for us also. And I really pray that it should be closed. The lockdown should be break out, and we should again start moving in the same fashion to coming, to visit to the college and again come back to the home.
Yeah. So, ma'am, you rightly mentioned that. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Yes, so like you rightly mentioned, ma'am, this time management is basically the problem during this work from home mode, and this family, then we can talk about work, everything is being managed at the same place and same space. So people now, they can talk about, I mean, you all can talk about your health, your office, everything. So there is positive and negative aspect of everything. So some days back, I just received a WhatsApp message. And the question was, who has led to digital transformation in the organization? And what was the answer? And the answer was COVID. So organizations have been talking about digital transformation for 8 years, last 8 years or even more. I'm not a digital marketing person, but yes, you must be knowing that. But it is very quick. Why we are talking about digital transformation? When we talk about COVID, it is very quick due to COVID. So the self-learning, then you can talk about personalized learning. All these things are happening during this COVID period. So there are both positive and negative aspects. Very nice. So look at the picture. If I ask the question, locked in or unlocked, what would be your answer and why? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So what would be your answer? Now you are logged in or unlocked?
Both, ma'am. Both.
Both. Okay. So that means positive and negative things are there. But personal work boundaries have not to be, you have to be, take care of all these things.
Okay. Unlocked with a special care.
Madam, locked in, unlocked.
Acha, logged in, unlocked.
Locked in, unlocked, but.
Okay. So,
yeah.
Yeah, so given in this situation, if we think the positive, we can say that this particular situation will also pass. Like life will be normal. And again, we can say that this is new normal with the COVID things. So now we are starting with the classroom sessions. We have started. And again, we are focusing on the hybrid mode of teaching, right? And even if it doesn't happen this year, we will definitely get this opportunity for the classroom teaching in the next sessions. So I wanted to show this slide. Why? Because the teacher of the class is not the only teacher in the class. Why I wanted to show this? Because here I am not the teacher now or instructor. You all are the instructor and the teacher. So I request all of you to participate in the class. That is the only purpose of showing this particular slide. Okay. So let us start the topic, technology and human dimension. Now you see this picture. Would you like to comment on this picture? Anybody? Anyone?
Ma'am, it's course of evolution.
Okay, very nice. What else?
Blend of traditional and modern technology.
Okay, traditional and modern technology. Anything else?
Transition.
Transition of what? Dr. Muklesh?
Transition from one to the next mode, you can say. From earlier, that's also the medium of transport. Now we are shifting to the another medium, or you can say the another way through which we are going to use the transport.
Very nice, sir. Very nice. Very nice. Wonderful. Okay. Any other point?
Human side.
Human side.
Human side. Towards, like as we say in management, human skills required by managers.
Okay.
So that side can also be taken into consideration, that human side towards other living beings.
Okay. Okay. Good. So I just want to put few perspective today in front of you before we learn something today. So this is the first picture I showed what I am reflecting now, and this is a very old photograph. So as per your understanding, whatever you explained now, the horsepower is being substituted by the machine. But now you tell me, what changed if this was happening? The horsepower is being substituted by the machine. So what changed? Like Dr. Muklesh was talking about transition or evolution. What changed then?
Ma'am, the growing needs across the globe.
Okay, growing needs across the globe. What else?
Manpower requirement, ma'am.
Manpower requirement. How, ma'am?
when it was like we talk about the traditional,
Can you
really
please
the number of
explain
people
that?
we
Yeah,
pardon.
please go ahead.
The number of people we were requiring maybe in the traditional form were more, and now when we're shifting towards the new technology, as we are imagining, maybe the number of the manpower which is required is less. So that could be maybe one factor.
Very nice, ma'am. That means you mean to say that the manpower has been replaced by the machine power, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
So we are moving towards a new era. Okay, good. So, ma'am, can you please tell me who has lost the job here? Who has lost the job?
The person holding the horses?
Lower level management.
The person holding the horses. Very nice, ma'am. And who got the job? Who gained this job? You
The motor?
The person
The
who is,
vehicle?
sorry?
Skilled person.
Field person.
Ma'am,
Skilled.
the one who is skilled.
Yes,
more
very
skilled.
nice. Yes, people who have skill or who are inclined towards technology, they have gained this job, isn't it?
Yes. And you can tell it's technocraft.
Yes, you can talk about that. So automobile workers, are they gaining the job? Then you can talk about car manufacturing industries or factories where we are making cars. They are gaining the job, isn't it?
Yes.
As a whole, the job has increased or decreased? What do you say?
Increased.
Increased. How?
Yes.
How?
This technology led to the more production, more growth.
Okay.
It has led to more employment opportunities.
More employment opportunities. Okay. So why do we say that again, you know, machines are replacing manpower? But if when you are saying that we are increasing the productivity and the efficiency, everything we are increasing and we are getting the jobs, then why do we say that machines are replacing the human being?
In order to large scale production, man, to get large scale production and a large scale economies of large scale.
Okay, so sir, now you tell me, what should you have done if you were a rider, horse rider? To gain
upgrade our skills.
Yes, to improve your skills. I'm so impressed. I mean, whatever I'm expecting, I'm getting the same answer. Very nice. Now I'm moving to the next picture. I don't know why it is not moving. Yeah. Look at the slide. Is it visible?
Yeah, madam. Please carry on.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Tell me. What is coming to your mind when you see this picture?
Conveyor
Robots, madam. Robots.
Robots.
Yeah, robots are
replacing humans.
Human is replaced by robots. Robots.
So what is happening? Human are being replaced by the robots, isn't it?
Yes, madam.
So robots and AI are taking over, right?
Yes, it is automation now.
Automation, less efforts, more technology, faster output, efficiency, and job losses in some areas.
Yeah. That is negative aspect, madam.
Negative, positive, both, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you tell me, what about our job?
We are losing jobs, madam.
The jobs will not go, only the jobs descriptions may change, new jobs will come. Whenever the technology has come, when there is never something has happened that everybody lost the jobs. Only the new jobs has been created. We need to, because even the technology has to be maintained, the new emerging trends will be there, new dimensions will be there, like robotics has to be maintained, algorithms, programming for that, and even servicing of robotics maybe happens. See, the jobs will be there. Only thing is that the kind of a jobs that will be changing. That's where we need to negotiate. Obviously, why should I allow a robo when it takes out my job? Means human being, I mean to say.
Okay.
But manpower requirement will be reduced. No, number of manpower required will reduce, so that most of the people get unemployed.
Okay. So if you talk about the teaching job, is there any impact?
Yes,
No.
ma'am. I guess the teaching
Not as
jobs are
such,
also
ma'am.
decreasing.
How?
Ma'am, may I?
Yes, please go ahead, ma'am. Dr.
The
Smita.
reason, ma'am, reason being we have like I'm in the Dune University and we have fixed permanent faculty as well as contractual faculty. So
Okay, ma'am.
generally we had the visiting faculty as well to teach few subjects. But now what is happening? We are giving chances to do the courses from Coursera or MOOC. So that's why we do not require that visiting faculty or guest faculty anymore. We would be able to manage with the this permanent faculty. So the last time we have 20 faculties in my department, including contract as well visiting. But right now we would be able to manage with nine faculties.
So, Dr. Smita, would you say that is it due to technology?
Ma'am, I could not say, yeah, of course, this is just because of the technology as well. And of course, this because of this COVID pandemic and the new courses are coming. A teacher can handle, more than 3,000, 5,000 audience at the same time. However, earlier it won't be possible. One has to, visit to the one institution. And at a time, we could only manage 30 or 40 students, not more than that. But now it's not, it is not the case. Even I can, what happened last time, I'm taking finance papers. So what is happening? I took finance in one class, and for the next of the class, there will be my, counterpart who will be taking. But now, no, there's no problem. Everyone is connecting at the same time. I'll take both the classes at the same time. So what is happening? Actually, I am taking the job of some other person.
Okay, very nice, ma'am. Dr. Mukesh, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. As I think somebody has already shared in the chat as well, the example of Bajus. In the more way, you can say the upgrade or Coursera or some other courses. So there will be doubts of various institutions as well in awarding the degree, because as soon the corporate start accepting those certificate courses based on skills, I don't think so anybody will in need to have the degree from such institutions or universities, because whatever corporate want, they want the ready hand skills. So you demonstrated, yes, you can do it. If you are doing it, they don't require the piece of paper from where you are coming from. So that's again the future case. We in the sense that as a university or institution, we also need to be upgraded. Like in your intro as well, they mentioned about your course from IIM Rohtak. That's also in collaborations with New Learn, I think. Now, similarly, IIM Kozhikode is also offering through Upgrade. Am I right? So these are the beginning of such collaborations. So once they have with a higher level, I'm not comparing with the badges, but in future, those who are really having a good expertise and the good or a better medium to showcase to the industry, obviously people will not be totally dependent on such a university or a institution's infrastructure. They directly opt such courses their own convenient time and move it. So one teacher, one time only they record and they can run for a n number of times. So again, it
Very true. Participants who are not speaking, please mute yourself. If you want to speak, unmute, then speak. Okay. So please look at this slide. Here, we want to give a light on what people are saying on this entire revolution that we have been talking now. So you can see here about 60% of the occupation have at least 30% of their activities that are automobile. And this is since this is a data of 2017, right? Now, but you can go back to the history. More ATMs were open. So if you see the red line, it shows the more ATMs were open in US. You can see the 70s, 80s, 1990s, 2020, all this data. And the blue line is talking about the tellers, more tellers were employed and it is increasing. And this is a period of 40 years. But why? Why do you think that this job of The bank tellers, it did not decrease. Why?
Market penetration, you can say, ma'am, because earlier these things were not available to all, but
Okay.
now gradually it's improving. If you go through the India, out of 6 lakhs plus villages, many of the villages not having the branches earlier. If I give my own example, I belongs to the village, my native places. Earlier there were no bank.
Okay.
The rural bank were there, that too run by the state bodies. Now we are having 2 to 3 nationalized bank in the same village. So earlier there were no vacancies in terms of that. Although earlier there were no ATMs, now we are having 3 ATMs in that village, and then 3 nationalized bank as well.
So, sir, that means the number of branches are increasing?
Yes.
Yeah. And when we are increasing this, that means we are looking for new skills. That means the new skills are becoming more and more important. Because as a customer, I should know how to operate ATMs and how to learn new technology. Isn't it?
One more thing is there, ma'am. Earlier, if I carry your own example of a bank, earlier banking were very limited to 10:30 to 2:30. Now banking is 24/7 and not limited to your bank account. Now you are carrying your bank in pocket in various form, even not in pocket, now in a digital form. So you can say in a mobile. So the transactions or a number of way you are doing your financial activity in the recorded form are amplified, you can say. So for that as well, the back office jobs or various other jobs also emerge.
Okay. So Mr. Devojit wanted to say something. Yes, Mr. Devojit.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm not that technically very sound. I am also learning. So sometimes hands raise.
We all are in the learning process, sir.
Okay.
We all are in the learning process. Yes.
So in line with what Dr. Mukesh has mentioned, example, I am managing the insurance sector. So if you notice, the percentage to GDP, insurance is still under penetrated in India. So this year, post-COVID, actually, 4% of the market penetration is in the insurance sector. Earlier was in only 3%. So what sir has mentioned is correctly, we are trying to expand our market, not only to the city as a strategy, but also to the district and the villages and the interior part. So that entitles that a lot of jobs that will be coming in. That is number one. Number two is we also wanted to become very digital savvy because we do not want to lose on the competition. We are building up the channels on a digital platform, but we do not have that requisite manpower. So there is a huge gap between the requirement and the talent that has been supplied by the university or the colleges. So the gap is still there. So as long as the GDP is increasing or the market is increasing, because of the competition, we have to get into more and more market share. So there would be jobs. So it is not that the job will decrease. So if you give your example that you have mentioned, when the ATM tellers has increased consistently over a period of time. Now, even if I go to ATM, there are some people who ask me, "Ki sir, ye pin kaise change karte hai?" So I am also learning. So there would be requirement of people who will be there. Now the security guard actually helps. Now, if you open 10 banks in the rural areas, so there would be requirement, not only digital, that is the space, but the normal manpower also. So from the academic point of view, we have to create our talent pool where the student can actually be open and manage both the sides. They can be digital savvy at the same time. They are equipped to join the industry. So that is my point of view.
Very nice, sir. Thank you. Dr. Aisha wanted to say something. Yes, Dr. Aisha.
Just a comment on the slide, that is something got to do with XYZ generation. That would have given us the trend. But if you're going to plot for the next 30 years, probably 2050, the YZ generation, it may take a different look, is what I think. And just summing up with the last two participants who spoke about mushrooming of the branches and awareness and information gaps with the customers, all those things do match up to all these things. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, ma'am. So if you see this slide, this is what really happening. Number of tellers required to operate a branch office in the average urban market fell from 20 to 13 between 1988 and 2004. So these are some facts that you can go through. I'll be sharing these slides with you. I'm not going to discuss all these things. Okay, this is the data I'm just sharing with you now. Now I'm going to the next slide. If you see here, today we are basically surrounded by millions of technologies. Okay, and all these components you see there, your mobile device, cloud computing, augmented reality. You can talk about digital marketing. You can talk about artificial intelligence, then advanced machines interference, all these things. What is happening now? So these are transforming the nature of the jobs. We are talking about the evolutions, right? So the jobs are not, it is not decreasing. We are talking about the nature of the jobs are being changed with the technology, right? So what about our job? We already have discussed this point. Still, I just want to focus focus on something. That is, if I talk about HR jobs, what about the HR jobs? What is your comment on HR jobs? I know many of you are not from HR area, but still you have the general idea. Anyone who is from the HR area can comment on this?
Ma'am,
go ahead, ma'am.
Ma'am, though I'm not from the HR area, but as far as the interaction with the different people,
okay,
from a department as well the industry, since I am the person of the placement committee, so what we are facing, there are very few jobs in the HR area also.
Okay.
Because what they are basically outsourcing the things now. So very few companies are hiring HR manager like this. They are simply hiring, they are simply outsourced, they are just take the services from the consultant. So whatever the job that previously done by the HR personnel, now these all are doing by the consultant only. So that's how whatever I experienced so far, the jobs are decreased.
Okay, Mr. Debojit, yes.
What Ma'am Smita has mentioned is correct actually. So basically, in order to reduce the cost, we do a third-party vendor for this basic acquisition, talent acquisition. But having said that, if somebody from the HR who has a little bit of knowledge on HR analytics, because there is one part that is talent acquisition, then the HRBP role, and there are other different roles in the HR, like performance and all other sectors. So there we need a person who know the HR analytics very well and how they can read and then implementation. Even in training and development nowadays, technically all these things are done in software and we get the output. So the HR has to take care of that. So our student, if along with the basic HR responsibility, some digital analytics, these programs are actually they know, so they still have jobs, so they still can be recruited directly.
Okay, anybody else, or we can go ahead?
There are few things, few changes as well. As the other two persons mentions about the outsourcing, so outsourcing as well creating the job, that's a one side, but the role of the job is keep on changing. The jobs which are in you can say easily transferred, or in a you can say the routine nature, as easily transferable to the technology, like a payroll management, talent acquisitions as well nowadays through the robotics. But at the same time, the new dimensions also adding into in it in dealing with the humans, especially related to the organization culture, value system, emotions, feeling, and all such things. And ultimately, the never-ending kind of a dealing related to the productivity. So now the new dimensions added into the productivity. Earlier the skill, now everybody is having the skill, but the mental pressure or certain other factors are playing a role into in it. So how to get you can say manage all those things. So role of a HR is keep on changing. It's not like in 70s, 80s or year 2000 approx the HR used to do in the organization. Now these roles is keep on changing. Ultimately to manage the human, how to manage these dimensions are keep on adding. So role is keep on changing. I don't think so the jobs are reducing, because it's not similar in nature. You require the
Yes.
like a marketing guy, the same number you required in HR. That was
Yeah.
not started from the beginning. I hope I am right on that.
Yes, yes, yes. So everything is being automated, and the HR should think about the human touch to support the decision making, right? And more transactional parts, like one ma'am was talking about that. So most you talk about the transactional part of any job that should be taken care by the machines, and we should focus on the strategic part of any business. So we should work as a strategic business partner. I will go to that point later on. So now during work from home, we are working virtually. Everybody is working virtually. So there is no human touch. Here, engagement is a challenge, or productivity is a challenge. Both are the challenge. So how do you deal with that during work from home? So now the second question is, what jobs are more likely to get automated? Something manual, if I'm talking about the HR job, something like, manual, like your payroll, and suppose you are doing recruitment, the first 1 or 2 rounds, where you are doing the technical part, that can be outsourced, because we were talking about outsourcing, that can be outsourced, or using AI. Yesterday we had a session on AI, and that this was a point of discussion. But something transactional explicit role can be automated only, not everything, isn't it? Now another thing to look at, even if you are there to play the role of strategic business partner, the technology in the form of analytics will complement your task. Why today I'll be focusing on analytics? Because when we talk about technology in a different form, the role of analytics is coming here, right? So the decisions you are taking on people, for people, can actually be done with the help of data and technology, isn't it? Do you agree to this point? Okay. Now you tell me, what about driving a car on Indian roads? Mr. Devajit is smiling. Is there any specific reason behind that? That means you must have some point.
Basically, I give one example. When my colleague from Hong Kong came to India, and I was driving the car in India, and the person was so shocked looking at the way we drive over here. So I mentioned to him that it is not that you are driving your own car over here. When you are sitting in a car in India, you have to perceive what the car in front of you or behind you will trying to do, and then you drive your car accordingly.
Okay.
So technically, at that point of time, because of the crowd, because of the what do you call? At that point of time, in overseas only, so we have this automated car and all these technologies were over there. Here we didn't have all those things because it was very expensive. So we have to be very cautious when you drive cars in India. But nowadays,
so I would like to stop you here. Can it be automated in India?
This is already done. Recently, XUV 700 has been launched, and I think Mercedes and the other one, what was that? Audi is coming. The BMW is coming with a LiDAR technology with embedded AI chips in there. If you look into this XUV 700, recently launched last month, so they have this lane assisted technique. 360-degree camera is actually now backdated. So lane assisting means even if you don't touch the car, and it is in cruise control, it can automatically divert and automatically turn. So those are the technologies that is actually coming in.
Yeah. So given in the situation in India, we are not into discipline, that everybody knows that. Even I'm not into discipline when I'm driving on road. So how technology will help us to drive on road? The GPS technology, isn't it? What else? Can traffic be automated in India? Yes, how? Dr. Muklesh, sorry. Can traffic be automated?
Yes, these things are already done Nowadays in India, we started with the punishment. Punishment in the sense, in the traffic signals, nowadays we are having camera and RFIDs. So no policeman is there to have any charge. Directly, it will be at your home, you can say. And once or twice, you have to be, you are punished. Then obviously, automatically, you start following the rules.
Okay. Can
So,
we? Yeah. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
no, that's the way they are start treating it, you can say, because the literacy rate and various other things and past habits, they are not going to be changed overnight, because
Okay.
Shaktiman is only on Doordarshan, you can say, not with everyone. So person is not going to be changed overnight. It will take time, but yeah, steps are there to move ahead.
So Dr. Sarika has written Best Driver Award. Would you like to talk about that, Dr. Sarika? If you want to highlight that. Okay, can we make accident-proof cars in India? Is it possible? Anyone?
So, ma'am, if you look into the recent YouTube video that XUV 700 has implemented, so
please share this video link with us in the group.
I will check, and then I will share. So now the car has a camera in front in the logo. So when you are driving at the 20-30 speed and there's somebody coming in front, the car will automatically stop instead of any manual intervention.
So is it something related to predictive analytics?
Yes. It's actually predictive analytics.
Okay.
Shamli, I have a point. I can't resist my
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Because you're talking of analytic, which is based on the neural pathways of cognitive science. You know, I think all researchers in cognitive neuroscience in the context of driving also, please refer to many researchers. They have said that though we have everything by machine and all kinds of preparation, which has an automobile car inbuilt, and how do we prepare ourselves in the emergency or the kind of situation you come across? So all analytics fails, you know? And though they give you guidance, but unless and until your brain is not alert, it cannot manage those mishaps. There are many researchers which indicates. So, question for all of you to ponder, reflect, that why when we drive, I always apply to personal life. Why when we drive, we talk, we listen. There are researches which proves that there was disturbance when there was talking going on in the car and people diverted the way. Less was when it was music, you know, and the music is latest, which is confirming that it activates the neural pathways, so that you are in the present, you know. So for driving, you have to be in present. You can't just go reflect, and that's where AI has to be tested in that context also. I always raise a point as a psychologist. Fine, everything is so mechanical, it happens. But human beings, let me tell you, we are not mechanical. That's where the gap is. So now please go on discussing. I thought I must point.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Cannot be replaced by anything. We are making this AI, but when it comes to this mishap management or accident prevention, how do we use our human science and prepare accordance with that AI and help them and train them that you need this alertness, which cannot be given by AI. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So the question, yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but in Ava ma'am's comment, the AI recent development in the technology, they are also testing and checking and using the machine learning tools to inbuild the AI those features what exactly the humans are feeling. So not only the one, you can say the one country, they are using the entire world, samples, pupils, their own behavior, observing it, and then they are training their AI tool in that dimensions as well. So it's not a laboratory development alone. On ground as well, all the dimensions they are checking as human and psychological aspects as well. Little bit I'm aware, that's why I just interrupted.
No, you are right, but still I have seen those because I'm interested in that area. That's why I'm making a point that Dr. Muklesh says you will only get the data which is evidenced, the fact which is there across the country. But there are many things which is not captured. How will you manage those aspects? There are many types of personality across region, across locality. So we have a lot of limitations. So we need to prepare our drivers or people who are going to drive whatever vehicle. Keep this in mind. That's my point of caution and prevention.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so yeah, the question was, how does this automation happens? We are talking about innovation, we are talking about machine learning, we are talking about, we need to understand the work, which are repetitive in nature. So you break down the entire job into smaller tasks and then see which task can be done by the technology. What Ava ma'am was pointing out, which task can be done by the technology and what can be substituted. So it's called algorithm thinking, right? So one person was occupied with so many works. Okay, now he gets lots of time when it is being done by the machine. So what we are doing, we are basically utilizing the things, we are basically utilizing the resources. Now that person can contribute more value to his current position, isn't it? So in India, labor force is never costly. We know that. So can one person be replaced by two people? So if two people get the same output, then what is the value? That is the question. Unless you are able to add value, there is no point. So this is the thought process behind all these things. So we already have discussed about automations. Now another question, can HR role be automated? We already have discussed that. And again, if it can be automated, then what are the roles that can be automated? Any point behind this? Please, someone was saying about payroll. Please go.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, payroll and benefits management has the greatest potential for being automated in the future.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Debojit.
Yeah, just wanted to highlight actually what Abha ma'am mentioned. So I will give some recent example what is happening in the industry. So HR role is definitely been automated, as Prachi has mentioned some section. But ultimately, it's a human touch that is needed in the most of the areas. For example, earlier we used to think HR is only HR. Now, there are different categories of HR. Now, in the corporate, there are people who are sales HR, who are managing the sales. And when you go to the senior management, the CHRO level, they are also well equipped, like the strategic person or a business head person. So recent example, if you've seen Aviva Life India, so the HR has become the CEO of the organization. So that demarcation has actually vanished in the senior management level, that I am an HR, I am a business person or something. So we have to equip ourselves, irrespective of the automation that is happening in the industry, and then evolve so that your skills will take you take it to the next heights. So definitely lower role automation is there. Recruitment we can do, training we can do, performance management we can do, salary and compensation benefit we can do. So there are sections, but ultimately it's a human touch how you go ahead.
Okay, fine, very good, very nice, sir. Have you seen this model? Is it visible? The slide is visible? Yeah. Have you seen this model before? Dave Ulrich model. Okay. So I will just quickly tell about this particular model. Dave Ulrich, he is a great researcher and practitioner in the field of human resource. And there are basically, he just focused on two kind of the human dimensions. There are kind of focus, two kind of focus we are talking about. One is the day-to-day operational focus, and the other is future strategic focus. Here we have mentioned day-to-day. You can see the x-axis, and the other one is here the future strategic. This is the first one and this is the second one. Can you see that? So one is the day-to-day and the second one is the future or the strategic focus. Again, he spoke about one is the process focus. This is a process focus and the people focus. Can you see this? Okay, so looking at this, we have administrative expert. We have administrative expert, processing, performance management, payroll management, recruitment, and more administrative works, which can be done by the administrative expert, who are more operational into nature. Am I clear? Now, when we talk about strategic business partner, this is more process oriented and futuristic. Okay, so you can see that, you can make out what we are basically talking about. So how did this HR evolve? You are also the employee, because when we talk about HR, we say that the HR are the employees spokesperson in the organization who presents employees' concern in various ways, right? So that is employee champion. You are focusing on the operational things and you are focusing on the people related issues. So that is your employee champion. The very important role that you do in the organization is the change agent. Now, who are these change agent? I mean, whenever there is a change, we are one who basically focus on the what kind of changing is happening. We see the employee attitude, how they are feeling, how they are reacting, and we communicate the same to the management. This is the role of the change agent. So look at these three roles: employee champion, strategic business partner, and change agent. Whatever the technology you are having, it is hard to replace. It is very hard to replace with these kind of roles. These can be, you can say that these can be complemented by the technology in the form of data analytics. But you cannot replace this, role with the machines or any kind of things. No doubt about it. But the situation is not visible right now. So administrative something. So from this you can make the idea. Okay, so now I'm moving to the next slide. Another way to look into the role of people when we are talking about replacing, we are going to replace the people with machine. So this is another way. We divide the role of organizations into two parts. One is, you can see, talk about the proficiency role, and another is we can talk about your pivot role. Let me talk about proficiency role. You need proficiency to be a pilot. You just think about the role of a pilot. What does he do? You need a level of efficiency to be a pilot. And below that level, you cannot be a pilot, isn't it? But after he became efficient in his role, you will want him, will you want him to improve after a certain level? He has gained all the knowledge, skills, everything. He has improved himself. After that certain level, do you want him to improve? So the idea here is, beyond a level, higher performance may not give value to your organization when we talk about proficiency role. You want him to be updated. There is no question. I'm not debating on that. But what I want to say is that if he is good, if he is a good pilot, do you still want him to invest time in training? No. This is what proficiency role is which you have to maintain a certain level of proficiency. Beyond that, you should not worry about.
But for maintaining it, we need to have a refresher training or a continuous interval, because it doesn't mean
yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't mean somebody perform in a last day or in a last year was good. That ensures that his performance is going to be at same level in the coming year. Since it's a human, so a lot of factor may work on. So you may not having the guarantee that the next year as well you are getting it makes the same level of performance. So you need not to put your heads down. You need to continuously put your efforts to maintain that level as well.
So that's what I'm saying, sir. You are providing training to maintain that level, but beyond that level, you are not expecting something to enhance the skills or to gain some knowledge. What you're talking about, that is, I understood. I'm not challenging that point. But the point is that beyond that certain level, you are not talking about any skills here. You know, based on the requirement, you already have done that. Let me come to the next role, then we will get the difference. Now let me talk about pivot role, the same industry. We are talking about the flight attendants. High performance will add more value, and this is a pivot role. Why? They are the face of the organizations, and their roles change from transactional to relational. Please understand the role of a flight attendant. Why we are saying this is not transactional, this is relational. Suppose you are traveling, right? For example, you are traveling and you want to sleep early, and you have mentioned that, and you want some early meals, and the flight attendant has to take care of that particular point. So the idea is, in this role, high performance will give you higher value because it is relational. Every time you have to update yourself based on the situation. So this is the difference I wanted to talk about. So think about this and you identify some more roles which can talk about, proficiency and pivot role and why this difference.
What about the teacher role?
You say, ma'am. So teacher role is proficiency role and or pivot role. Tell me.
Even though it is called as profession, I think it will come under pivotal role.
Is it?
Yeah, we will call it as teaching as profession, but really under pivotal role. Every day we have patience.
Okay. Any other point? It is more into pivotal role, but proficiency is also there.
Yeah, ma'am. Our role is profession.
Okay.
But whatever the role we will play is actually pivotal.
Okay.
Yeah, mask is another one and the face is different.
Okay, good. So if you see this particular slide, it is talking about, what do you see? What do you see here? Proficiency role doesn't give higher value to the organization. And look at the flight attendant role where it is always increasing. I will share this slide. You just go through this and have some idea on that, right? Now, again, I'm coming to the same question. Can we discuss both the roles in the organizations? You think about any sector, you think about any particular company. Can you highlight some proficiency and pivotal role? Now, ma'am was talking about teacher's role. What is your understanding?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
If you try to talk about proficiency role and pivotal role goes towards more skill-based or manufacturing units. And when you try to talk about proficiency, it is service organizations where proficiency role is being more highlighted.
But service industry, are you talking about all the profiles where proficiency things are required? I mean,
where they are leading from the front, there they are required to show proficiency, as you showcase the example of a pilot. Their proficiency is required, and similar to that, lot many service industries or service sector has requirement of proficiency.
So ma'am, Dr. Bhumika, Not Bhumika. Bhumika. Yeah. So you mentioned about manufacturing industry. Now I would like to ask you one question. Is HR in a manufacturing industry a proficiency or pivotal role?
Pardon, ma'am, I couldn't hear you. Once again, please.
Is HR
Yeah.
a proficiency or pivotal role?
HR is a proficiency role, ma'am, because they are leading the manpower from my side.
Everybody, do you agree to that?
Why do we need to differentiate? I mean, proficiency, I mean, in the first place, because if you have to have the requisite skill and you have to have the knack for doing it, I think the teacher requires both. Similarly, HR requires both. Both proficiency to
it
learn.
Is both, but for HR, it is more your pivotal role. Because it is relational. When we talk about relational, it is pivotal.
Yes, ma'am, but with coming in of new strategic HR, wherein everything is return on investment, HR has to be proficient. If HR is not proficient, if HR is not skilled, then it cannot be pivotal. Because just
people who are not
help.
speaking, please mute yourself.
Yes.
Please mute. Participants who are not speaking, please mute yourself. There is a disturbance. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Please go ahead.
I think I've completed. I said we don't need to have distinction between the two. We need to be both teachers as teachers and HR. We need to be proficient as well as pivotal. You should know to apply the skill that you have learned and you should learn continuously. So you need to be both.
So how can you increase the effectiveness of HR role, ma'am?
I think you need to be proficient. You need to be proficient. You need to learn, integrate technology, integrate finance, integrate new kind of learnings, be it tax or anything, and be good in your role to be pivotal.
Okay, so do you think, I mean, my question here is how data can be used to enhance the role of HR here?
Ma'am, one second. I'll just
Actually, there is a disturbance from somewhere.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm leaving. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sorry, there was yeah. See, I'm sorry for that. You were saying what HR has to do. Sorry, I missed the question. What data?
No, my question is how would you increase the effectiveness of HR
through data?
Yeah, using data.
Yeah, you have to use data everywhere now, because even if I'm investing on training, I should be able to convey to the management that this is increase in operational efficiency, or this is decrease in wastage, or this is the increase in retention rate in terms of value of money. So their data speaks. You have to look at, if I'm using a recruiting technique, I need to tell to the management that I'm using this technique and this is the investment, this is the number of applications who have come, this is the number of recruitments that I have made, and this is the retention rate of those recruitments made. Again, data speaks. I can predict your performance based on what you have done and tell HR that this is the number of people you need to hire. Again, data speaks. So HR is proficient here. It just cannot be pivotal.
So ma'am, if you look at this particular slide, you can see this, read this slide. This is one of the reports talking about all these things that we have discussed now.
Yeah.
See, the best part is every department is talking about analytics now, and this is an article published in Harvard Business School. So if you read this slide, I'll be sharing this. The best part of the report is the last one. Can you see the last line?
Yes, ma'am. Predictive.
Can you see and can you read that, ma'am?
You want me to read?
Yeah.
Okay. 51% of HR respondents said that they could perform predictive or prescriptive analytics, whereas only 37% of finance respondents could undertake this more advanced form of analytics. That's a good news for HR then. If HR
so tell me, so now the question to you, ma'am, tell me why finance is behind us.
I really don't agree with you to this.
Okay.
Even if this report
so this is not my point. This is an article I have taken.
Yeah, I know. Because
I will share the article.
Many contradictory articles which say different. So I'm happy to read this then, because I myself am from HR. So I'm really happy if we are able to be good at predictive and prescriptive and we are able to overtake finance. So that's good news.
Okay, so based on all this, we can say things we need to improve. Okay, I'll be sharing this slide. Now I'm coming to the caselet I have shared with you. I am stopping this sharing. I hope you people have gone through the caselet that I have shared yesterday. I'm sure. Have you read the case? Okay. And have you gone through the data that I have shared? Yes? Yes or no? So as a manager or as a business partner, what would you do in the given situation? Tell me what to do. Okay, before that, let me ask you, what is the problem in the organization? The case I have shared with you. What is the problem? Anyone? I hope you have gone through the case.
Data management, madam.
Can you please speak loudly, ma'am? I'm not able to hear you.
Data management, madam. Organizing the data.
Organizing the data was the problem. Okay. Any other problem did you find?
We call it
Data is employee engagement, I believe.
Employee engagement, please go ahead, ma'am.
Employee engagement and retention is a problem.
Employee engagement and retention is a problem. Okay. Okay. What else? So was the problem data management or employee retention, attrition?
I think it's data management.
Employee
Attrition level of the company is very.
And what is the point on data management?
The data is, I think it's not unorganized. The data is not clear. We can't take any effective decisions, I think.
Okay.
It is unorganized.
So in that particular this caselet, it is clearly mentioned some dirty data. What do you understand by that?
You can say it is a unstructured or scattered. You can. I just bring to one more example, which we all are familiar with. That's a demonetization. At the time of demonetization, Indian governments having the data of each and every individual, let's say as a driving license, voter ID, PAN card, bank account, Aadhaar, and some more else. But they don't have any conclusive idea about the spending and the financial capacity of a person, so that they can take the appropriate measures of a demonetization. So they form the committee in every then and here, morning, evening, afternoon, they are ready to change their overall guidelines. That happens for 2 months. It is just because of the data, not properly handling or organizing. They were having, that's what I'm saying, but that's available at a scattered form, no organized or a linked data. Similar, not exactly the similar, but same thing is happening here. In the form, they have the data about the various aspects of the employee and what's going on, but they are not in a position to get any clue from it.
Yeah.
It's not a weakness of a data, you can say the scientist, you can say, but the way you are preparing it, that is not giving that much of meaning.
So high attrition was the problem, and people are continuously, they are hiring and they are continuously leaving. This was the problem. So if you see that particular case, it is, very clearly mentioned. I just want to see that slide. I don't want to show the slide, but I will discuss that. Just 1 second. Yeah, so if you go through the slide, it is very clearly mentioned that Ayush, he recently joined as a senior vice president, people analytics, and the problem was the attrition. And again, the problem was multiple data from multiple sources and something, one word called that is dirty data, right? So that was the problem. So now what did Ayush did after that? The problem is in front of you. And after that, what did he do? He connected to whom? What happened? Yes. I think you have not read the case, everybody. Mr. Debojit, you are smiling.
I read the case yesterday and I forgot also, to be very honest. One thing that I remember is that I didn't like the way the scale was constructed. So I think they have used a 5-point Likert scale. But if I come from a corporate point of view, I am not getting the exact reason from those construct 6 questions. I think they were there, that why exactly the people are leaving. So more or less, it's a positively coded all statements that are there. So nothing that would actually impact or give a true understanding why these people have left.
So did you see the data set that I have shared with you, the Excel sheet?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Would you like to highlight the data sheet, whatever you have observed? Anybody?
It shows only gender, location. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, you are audible, sir. Please go ahead.
Gender, location, and education, right? Hired, when they hired, and the tenure, and lateral moves, and finally employee engagement score.
Okay.
So I think with this data, what kind of inference we have to get into that to find out the reason for attrition. I think it is. I think it's the data is unorganized, cut, right? It's not. We cannot get any meaningful inferences from this data.
Okay.
And I hope. I think Ayush he discussed with. I've forgotten the name.
Yes, Miss
Sheetal, yeah, Sheetal,
Yeah.
and she highlighted the attrition was the issue, and I mean retention, retaining the employees. The first thing the HR can do it. So, and after that they went for the employee engagement survey, right, with 5-point scale.
Yes.
And what Ayush did is actually he's waiting for the right data. He thought that it will take some more time, right? If you are waiting for the perfect data, and whatever the data available, I think he's gone with the data. So I think we have to get the data, because in the 5-point scale there are at least 6 statements have been given, and so we can't get any opinion about the employees, right? By having the employee engagement score, and we can't take any decision, right? We can't frame any strategies.
The data related to employee engagement is given, right?
Yeah, data is given, but data is, I think it's not sufficient, right? It's not enough to draw some inferences.
So do you mean to say there is no solution?
No, solution is there. We have to collect the details for that. See, normally I'm not HR, but when employee goes out, an exit interview will be conducted, right? So why you've been leaving the organization, and there could be they have to come with some statements, right? About organization policies, remuneration, motivation, performance appraisal, right? All the things are there. And then only we are able to find out the reasons for attrition, and then we can come with some strategies, right?
Yeah. So sir, I will share the Excel sheet here. Before I wanted to send you to breakout room, but we don't have that much of time. So I will explain you as per my thought here. If you see the data.
Yes, we can check on the basis of various parameters, those who are available in this. One is the gender, so gender bifurcation in all the dimensions that we can check. Another one is related to the location, whether it's in-house or client, and I am observing there is a quite good difference, significant difference in both the things, as well as per my observation, education as well. Those who are masters, their average scores are quite good in comparison to the bachelors or the PhD holders. Same is happening with the hired one, the mode, what kind of a mode, that means the year they were hired. That differences are very obvious in the data. But once you are going to those filtration, you can say, even the visualization as well.
Yeah, true, very true, sir.
Less engaged.
We can take that tenure also.
Please go ahead, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, if they are having with the higher degrees, and they may have more opportunities.
So when the data is in front of you, you don't have to, think about anything. So I know that I know many of you have mentioned the data is not sufficient, but we are people from the HR, and we are very much worried about the people engagement in the organization. You think from that point of view. So let's talk about this data. Please put yourself on mute. who is not speaking. So, there is a better satisfaction rate, people who are not in job rotations. If you go through the data and go through this case properly, these are some observations. Lot of people from the client locations, they have negative feedback as compared to the people in-house, right? And there is a better satisfaction rate, people who are in the job rotations. These are the points we need to highlight. And if you, sir was also talking about male and female employees, the male employees are 60%, the satisfaction level is more among the male employees. So what will Ayush do now? The first thing is to identify a solution and look into the solution. And, he has somebody who is a sponsor of the analytics project, right? So to implement this, the idea, you have to think in a different perspective. So now we can talk about the hypothesis. You people are from the academics background. You must be knowing that if you look at your data, you can set the hypothesis. Okay, and here we have two set of hypotheses. I will not show you the slide. What I can do, I can just read the slide and then I can go to this thing, your Excel sheet, and discuss something on that. I have made basically two hypotheses here. Just 1 second. Hypothesis 1, if I can show you the slide, that will be perfectly fine. Just 1 second. Yes, is it visible?
Yes, madam, it is visible, but not in presentable mode.
So what I'm doing, see, you can have your own hypothesis. I just made it like this. I just wanted to share this quickly, then we can go to the next activity. That I have made the first hypothesis, that is women and diverse employees have the high attrition risk than the men. You can see that from the data. And this is the second hypothesis you can talk about. So next important thing, this is the important thing, that you want to set the hypothesis. So if you look at your data, you have to set the hypothesis. And now let us come to the analysis. I will show you.
What's the meaning here, diverse employee?
Which one?
In your first hypothesis, women and diverse employee.
Women and diverse employees women and diverse employees means if you see that there are three types of gender, male, female, and the other one.
Other.
So,
Okay.
I have just merged women and other one.
Okay.
So this is my hypothesis I have made, right?
Okay.
So you can think from your perspective. So I just want to highlight this, how I have done this. I will quickly go through this and I will share you the analysis part. You can go through that and then again, we can discuss something else. Let me quickly show you the Excel sheet. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes.
This is a sheet I have shared with you.
Yes, madam. Visible.
You can see here basically we have mentioned no, yes, no, yes. So there is no mathematical data with us. So what I have done, if you go to the second thing, I have made the code. Is it visible? If you see here, I'm just quickly going through this. This is the data I have sent to you. And what is the first thing I have done? The idea is, here I have done the coding. You can see here I have done the coding. Male 0, female 1, because it will be helpful for your analysis. The idea is before we run the data, everything should be converted to the numbers. And this is the first thing we have to do when you are doing the analysis. Okay, your Excel is actually have everything. So here the coding has been done like male 0, female and others 1. So, this way I have done this. So here an important point is that the tenure of people with higher experience tend to continue with the company more or for the longer period. So you can say that they are more engaged. That means converting into an actionable insight is very important. Okay, and here one more thing I have done. If you see the coding, you can get into this. I will share the Excel sheet with you. So coding 0101 I have done for both male, female. and others then in-house. And these are the factors we have identified from the case only. I have done nothing out, out of the case. It is from the case only. So that's why I told you to go through the case properly. Okay, so this is what I have done. Now, what is the problem in the case? Employee turnover or employee attrition, isn't it? But we do not have the data for employee turnover. Do we have the data for employee turnover? No. Then what will be the solution? What I have done here, can you see the last column? Can you see the last column heading?
Yeah, ma'am.
What is mentioned? Proxy for turnover intention. So we have taken proxy for turnover intention, which is, I have reversed the score of employee engagement. If you see, there is a data of employee engagement. So we have just reversed the data of employee engagement. That is what I have done, 6 minus 2.33. If you do 6 minus 2.33, it is 3.67. 6 minus 3.67, because we need to do analysis, and for that we need the proxy for turnover intention. So employee engagement score, what you will do, 6 minus employee engagement score, you will get the turnover intention score. And we have converted all the categorical data into numerical data. Now the point is, you must be thinking why we have deducted it from the 6. You have to deduct from 6 because why? It is a 5-point scale.
6 questions we have asked.
Yes.
The score is of 6 questions. This is the employee turnover score is, sorry, which one is? The employee engagement scores from the 6 questions.
Yes.
So it's an average of 6. So that's why you are deducting from 6.
Yeah, if you go through the case, you can see the 5-point scales it is mentioned. Yes. You have to turn up, see, if you go to the scale, you can see that you have to use 6. Why? Because there is a scale mentioned in the case. You go through that.
Yes.
Why? Yes. Why 6? Because in a 1 to 5-point scales, you have to use 6. And you don't have turnover data. So from employee engagement, I have just derived turnover intention. Okay. So because you have to concentrate on turnover, employee turnover or attrition. So what is the best proxy for turnover? You have to use employee engagement. So here 3.67 means the intention to leave the organization. Proxy for turnover intention means the intention to leave the organizations. So now you may be, you may ask me a questions, ma'am, why we haven't taken employee engagement data? Because employee engagement is not the problem of the organizations. The problem is attrition. People are leaving. So turnover will be the best proxy for, your employee engagement is the best proxy for this thing, right? So the best proxy for turnover is your employee, from which we can derive your turnover intention. That's why I did it 6 minus 2.33. Similarly, I have done for everything, right? So if you go through this calculation sheet, I will share the calculation, how I have calculated this. Here I have removed, if you go here, now I have removed the employee engagement column. Here you can see that employee engagement column was there, but for my analysis, I don't need this column. I need this proxy for turnover intention. So what I did, this one, turnover intentions, I have only taken, right? So now how will you go for analysis? Have you captured the number of people and turnover intention? You can see here the average turnover is 3.07. This one. So this is, I have captured. If you sit and think about this, you will capture all these things. I just wanted to show how this data analytics is being used for the better decision making with HR. right? So I have, then we went for the regression analysis here. You have the set of data for the proxy for your employee retentions, that is your turnover intention. You have the data for, all these things you can see here. These are there. Your gender, locations, education, lateral move, it is there. And you have the data for turnover intention. So I have used here regression analysis. This is the regression analysis I have done. And if you see this, I'm not going to do how you have to do this. If you apply using Excel, the regression analysis, you will get this particular sheet. Now the question is, what is your observation here? What is your observation here? What is important in this particular sheet? I hope you have the idea of regression, everybody. What is your observation? And you all know how to do regression in Excel? Yeah, so I'm not doing that here. I will share this data with you. Now, if you look at this particular data, what is your observation? Anybody?
Ma'am, this is Teresa.
Yes, ma'am.
So here from the data, we can understand that the location and tenure, both are statistically significant. So it is less than 0.05. And hence, so these are some of the influencing variables which, which will contribute to understand why there is employee attrition.
Yes, yes.
That is, yes, ma'am. As Teresa told Vijay Banu, the significantly these two variables are impacting the retention attrition decision. Yes, because it is less than 0.5.
Yes.
Gender and education. You have marked in the red color, isn't it, ma'am?
Yes, yes. So here our significant value is, P less than 0.05. So this is a standard norm we follow, isn't it? So any value less than 0.05 says that the difference between two means was significant. So genders, if you see this data, genders are not significant. Even if there is a difference between two categories, that means whether it is male or female, both are equally at risk of turnover. Okay. Are you getting my point? And if you see the location part, it is 0.01, which is less than 0.05. So it is significant. And similarly, education is not significant, like you mentioned, and tenure and lateral moves are significant. So you think from this point of view, I mean, what I wanted to say is that using the data, how best you can utilize that data, that is very important. I will share the this Excel sheet, and I think already I have shared the Excel sheet, but I will share the analysis part, and you think about this, how this, analysis has been done. Now I'm coming to the next activity, which is very important. Yeah, I'm sharing the slide. Just 1 second. Is it visible? I hope you all have your pen and paper with you. Yesterday, I have reminded you to use a pen and paper. Can you read this slide? Is it visible?
Yeah, exercise, draw an organizational chart.
Yeah. Can you read the first paragraph? The first paragraph. Can you draw an organizational chart? Anyone? Everyone do that, and I'm giving you 2 minutes. I'm giving everyone for 2 minutes time. So from the first paragraph, draw the organizational chart. Yeah, I'm showing. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, this one. Is it visible now? So, yeah.
It's visible.
Visible. Okay, please draw the organizational chart. Read the first paragraph and draw the organizational chart. I hope you have the paper and pen in front of you. And anybody who has made, you can show like this in the, camera, with the camera. It should be like this only. Okay, now you draw this. If anybody has done, please let me know. Yes, Dr. Sarika, can you please show it to me? It is, can you, I'm not able to see. Can you bring this to camera? Okay, good, nice. Anybody else? Anybody else? Yes, sir, it is quite visible. Very nice, yeah. So is it like this? Have you done like this?
Yeah, ma'am. 100%.
Everybody has done?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. I hope everybody have done, everybody has done like this. Okay, good. Now again, I'm coming to the next same slide. Read the next 3 paragraphs and do the social network. All the last 3 paragraphs, connect the 3 paragraphs and do a social network. Draw it all together. Second, third, and fourth paragraph, draw it all together. Is it complex? If anybody has done, please let me know. Yeah, Dr. Sarika has done. Okay, ma'am, I can see this. Okay. Okay, nice. Anybody else? Anybody else? Are you all doing? Dr. Bali? So I'm, instead of asking you, so Dr. Sarika, is it that you have drawn?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
The same?
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, I have taken only one paragraph. Then after that, I will go with the next one.
Okay. Now, so look at this slide. Look at this slide. You must have drawn like this. So here, Alan is a mentor in the organizations. If you go through that reading, so that paragraph, Alan is a mentor to the organization, and George is the expert who is connected outside. He is connected. I mean, Alan is connected. Brain, Carol, Danny, and Alan has the connection with Harry. So who are the people Lisa should take care? Lisa should take care of whom?
Alan and Harry.
Why?
Alan is direct for his direct subordinate, ma'am.
Okay. So, ma'am, can you please tell me whose role is more important, Alan or Lisa?
Alan role is more important as he is the liaison between these people.
Okay. So, ma'am, do you think should Lisa be worried about this?
Yeah, ma'am. Can you? Sorry.
Can Lisa be worried about this? If Alan should be given more importance or Alan role is more
Yeah, Lisa role will be dominated by Alan.
Okay, so should Lisa be worried about this?
Alan.
Okay. Okay. So can Lisa treat Alan as an ally?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, ma'am.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, ma'am. Because Lisa is having a less people to subordinate. No, ma'am. Alan is dominating Lisa. So in such cases, obviously, he has to be treat him like Alan, but not directly. Yeah.
So Alan is a great people person based on the paragraph mentioned, and you see the networking here. Alan is the great people person. And Lisa should take care of strategic decisions. Both have the connections, and Lisa can walk to get information from Alan. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Then what is important? What is the importance of Harry in this team? Tell me, what is the importance of Harry?
As he is the coordinator, he's able to look after R&D and product development. That is the heart of the organization.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
say something.
Yeah, Harry, based on the Harry's information and developments only, Lisa has to take. Lisa's decisions will be able to impact Harry.
So, Dr. Sarika, do you feel that Harry is overlooked here? Here, Lisa can go to him for the information, and you rightly mentioned that. And this is a design team, isn't it? If Lisa knows that Harry, if Lisa knows from Harry regarding the kind of projects they have, she can be well prepared for everything. So in this entire analytics, whatever I have mentioned in this particular slide, we are talking about the relational analytics. We are talking about the relational analytics because we are talking about technology and human dimension.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
You need to take decisions in the organizations based on this. The machines cannot do all these things.
Yes.
Right. So if you see this particular slide, the idea is you are converting an organization from traditional based hierarchy of organizations to incentive and appraisal made based hierarchy, and working in the organization as a social network. So therefore, looking at these people is very important. Are you getting my point? So if you go through this slide, ma'am, I have clearly mentioned, the role of everyone. I have, given everything. If you see this particular slide, I have given everything. Right. So if you see the role of Alan, you can see the role of Alan. Alan is a central connector. You can see the features of a central connector, but it is a problem as well. When you are a central connector, it is a problem as well. Why? When you have informations, you have the information and it is a problem, and you have to limit it when you become powerful. So sometimes central connectors hold lots of informations and they are the power center, but it is important to do it properly. So here you have to look at the power of analytics, or power analytics, you can say. Okay, now recognize them with bigger bonus. If we talk about the central connector, you have to recognize them with a bigger bonus. Otherwise, you lose them. So basically, I'm talking about how you have to utilize this type of people or talent who are working with you, right? Now, I'm coming to this slide. Social network, this one. Yeah, 63. Yeah. Can you see this slide? Look at the third person. Who is the third person here? We talk about Alan, we talk about Harry, we talk about Lisa. Another person is George. What is his role? He is a specialist here, isn't it? So whenever there is a new idea, you want to understand, he is the person to guide you. You have to go through those 3 paragraphs. Based on this social network has been created. So what do you do with him, George? You have to leave them alone. Why? Because you have to keep them sufficiently engaged. Please don't integrate them to team. They are not ready to work in team because they are innovative. They are not fit for the managerial roles. Are you getting my point? So you have to look into these aspects. I will be sharing this slide. Again, think about this. Now look at this particular slide. Yeah. So in the entire field of relational analytics, you need to identify people with their skills and how to engage them with, and how to reward them, how to motivate them in the organizations. And you don't need any technology for that. Right? I'm quickly going to this next slide. Can you please see the slide? Have you heard the word math washing? Have you heard this word math washing? Anybody? I can't listen to anybody. I can't hear.
No, ma'am. No.
No? Please Google it today. Okay. So the Google searcher and some of the things you are doing now, do you think they are objectives? The AI based algorithm, then you can talk about the machine learning based algorithm. What is the problem they will run into? You can see these examples. You understand how machine learning works. They are working into a probability of success as close as possible to human decision making. Now that in the past, women have not occupied very senior positions in the organizations, and the algorithm it assumes that they are not likely to take off any senior positions in the future also. So it is deciding based on everything related to your past. So see the first example. This is accidental. You are not doing it on purpose. So these are some examples I have given to you. So if it is not AI, people are designing algorithm, and you all know how social media recruitment, anyone is from this particular industry, social media recruitment. Yesterday we had a wonderful session on that. Would you like to talk about industry, how industry basically do, recruitment based on the algorithm? Any idea? Anybody wants to talk about that? No? Okay, I'm moving then. I'm not discussing that point. Yes.
In the algorithm, on the basis of gender, they are creating biases. Or you want to say that since it's majorly dominated by males, so they created themselves, they created this pseudo bias.
Yeah. So what is the problem then?
It's a totally unfair game then, because you are putting all the things on the computer or the design side, because that's the suggestion you are getting and blindly you are following.
Okay. So just because someone has expressed a negative point on social media, here you can see that you are rating him with a lower employability score. Okay. The idea is people make these algorithms. All these things are done by the algorithm, but the idea is people are making this algorithm. Right? So read this situation or case, you can say. Please read this quickly and tell me why. Anyone? Yes. Would you like to speak on this?
I think in yesterday's newspaper, only the news in, I think, Singapore somewhere, they placed a robot outside the mall just to check the whether people are following all the COVID norms or not. Yesterday's newspaper only, I think, in Times of India or Economic Times. So what exactly you want to message from it, ma'am? That's again keeping your identity and having the negative score or something else somewhere in your data sets that may be used for furthermore decision making, you can say, or deciding about your personality, and accordingly they will score you. It's like what is it called? CIBIL score.
Yeah.
It's like a CIBIL score. Something happened, you know better what was the reason behind it, but the score is getting down, and because of it you are getting high interest rate.
Yeah.
Kind of analogy you want to make it here?
So what is the outcome of that?
That's one way is unethical, because the person will not behave in the same manner, but how long they will control their on that kind of a personality, because the days will come when everywhere you will be surrounded by such kind of technology. So you may be caught, you can say, the hidden side, and the way the way you are reflecting here, it's an outside the mall, but that's inside your house as well through the smart television and even through the mobile phone.
So again, sir, this is, if you look at this slide, this is another problem with the data. Now there is a strategy in the organizations which is gross selling, right? Gross selling. Okay. And the problems with incentive measurement is the drive, they drive the behavior. So whatever gets measured is actually get displayed in your people's behavior. So my final word will be, this is my final word. Do not reduce the people to a number. Okay, and with this, again, I come back to the picture which I had shown you in my previous slides. What is going on here? What is going on? Anyone? Please see the slide and look at and answer me. What is your observation?
Old is gold.
Sorry?
Old is gold.
Old is gold. So how would you relate it to technology and human dimension?
See, it should be a mix of intervention of human. It should be a combination. That's what we cannot take only one direction. Either it should not depend on completely on human, as well as on the only on technology or robotic or something. We should have a mix of these things. So why? Because it has to be in line with both the things. See, a robot cannot.
Okay.
I think it shows a limitation of technology and the possibilities with the manpower.
Okay. What are the other points? So how would you conclude this? Whatever we have discussed as of now, how do you conclude this?
Ma'am, technology can take over the era, but thing is that their human control should be there also. It cannot be a standalone process actually. It has to be a mixed process, means the technology with the physical human, effort can give a better output. Otherwise, there may be accident, like the previous slide you have shown.
Okay, so that means.
In your opinion, ma'am, example like through June we are able to have a FDP, but do we don't like to attend physically? In the same way, governance is there through video conference. All the officers can talk at a time, but can we execute the governance without only through video conferences? Is it possible? No. So like that, e-seva is there. I hope anybody have an idea about the e-seva, this thing. One solution for a single window concept to pay the utility bills by the citizens. So that is a leverage of the technology. It's good, agreed. But everything is a technology, that's not possible. So it should be in a mix of these things. That's balancing is depends upon that. If it is in a software industry, obviously more technology. Tomorrow mechanical, automobile, more technology will be there, but human touch is definitely there. That's it.
So that means technology will come and go. All the changes.
Technology will be there, tomorrow also will be there, but the technology intervention is decided by the human being only again. So it is up to the human being that how much you want to rely and depend upon the technology. You want to keep your life. See, the kids will not, as a human beings, we don't like somebody to control our life. Then if somebody, a robotic or a humanoid will control our this thing, do you like it? No. So definitely. So that rationalization has to be done by the human beings to the extent that how extent we need to depend on these things. That's
so that is the human. Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, am I clearly audible? Like I have one point and suggestion, like maybe this is my personal view, and depending on like whatever I have seen, my personal view says that like we should use technology where we are talking about a routine job or where we are actually putting and like the life of the employees in endanger. For example, we can employ fully automated machines where, let's say, for example, cleaning the sewage systems, like instead, or like, for example, combating with a kind of a terrorist attack or something like that. Like using fully automated technology will always help because it is actually saving life. Like instead of a pilot, flying in an aeroplane and like bombarding a particular another destination in war, we can use a drone system. So what I believe is we should use fully automated technologies or like AI, where either we do not want to put human lives in danger, or secondly, when we discuss about like routine job, like a kind of monotonous job where human beings will be not fitting in. So what we can do, we can have a kind of mix of it. The reason being is let's say I will take one example. Like let's say talk about we are in a food processing industry and we are talking about peeling vegetables like onions and potatoes. It will be quite monotonous job, like if human beings are doing. So we can employ fully automated machines there. Reason being, like we as a human being will be having more time, to think, conceptualize, and bring new thoughts, and decision making will be much better.
Yeah.
So for inferior jobs, we can go for technologies or any kind of.
Sir, I just want to stop you. You mentioned something inferior job.
Yes, I consider it.
The better what should be something which is operational.
I would say when I consider inferior jobs, one is a kind of very routine or monotonous job, as I explained, like peeling onions, or like if you're working in the food processing industry, and I'm giving you a task like for the entire 8 hours shift, you're just peeling onions and chopping them. You can imagine. So I consider that, like technically speaking, every work is quite important, and I having the like valuation into it. But here, if I'm going to adopt a kind of a technology, it will help serve better human beings. Like we will be able to employ people, like for example, material handling, like whether we are talking about infrastructure development. Instead of people, instead of using people, we can adopt machineries.
Yeah.
That is one point. Apart from that, like endangering life, like we have certain hazardous working condition. You can take into consideration like handling waste, mining operations, or any other such function. Like for example, if you talk about handling biomedical waste, or let's say talk about handling kind of toxic waste. So instead of people, we can take into consideration the use of technology. And if we talk about like the use of technology, say that depends on the definition of technology. Like since the human being started to evolve, like from very beginning, when we call that we transform from what we call as an animal to a human being, we were starting using technology. Because if you go back to the basic definition of technology, it is an integration of tools, machines, processes, skills, and the entire thing is that is integration. So even if hunting animal using a sharpened stone is a kind of technology, and if we talk about artificial intelligence today, it is also a form of technology. So with the passage of time, I believe the technology will be increasing. Like for instance, I will like put one point here as well. Scientists are working to develop a kind of a software that will record everything in your brain, so that you will have an eternal life, like even like as like you will when you will be dead. So the software will be having the same kind of thinking, philosophy, reactions, action as you were there, because it is recording your thought process, you're recording behaviors, actions, and attitudes since the very beginning of life. So you can have a kind of eternal life into the form of an artificial intelligence system. So it will be acting in a similar way as you will be behaving to. So that is my point.
So thank you, sir, for a very wonderful insight. Dr. Aisha wanted to say something. We are running out of time.
Yeah.
Dr. Aisha?
Quickly share, one of the experiences I had in my industry.
Yeah.
We ran a survey to know if highly affordable patients were really willing to go for robotic surgeries before, prior to actually buying that stuff. The majority of the respondents, despite having higher paying capacities, almost parallelly, going in tune with lower paying capacity patients, opted for, a reliable and experienced doctor rather than the robotic hands.
Yeah.
So this is one thing where, that human touch and, that every time they would prefer a robot, but, they would want parallelly the doctor to be there to just make sure and ensure that if by chance things go wrong, he should be able to, map, and he should be able to fit in the system, and, everything should be, well and good. So that's one thing. And other thing is, when we were looking at business process re-engineering at our front office, we did automation, which was quite successful, like, displaying our charges, displaying our services. We had around 4 customer care executives, doing that. But then we actually went into digital content, display and all those things. And for further queries, you can reach out to one man, that way. So there is plus, there is minus. There are areas where, we have to employ. There are areas where we should be little cautious, and 100% will not be able to rely. So technology can never replace humans. This is what I can say.
Yeah. So from all this discussion, I can say only one thing. If I am coming to the concluding part, technology will come and go. That will be there every time, or every, whatever you do. The only problem is, or only point that we need to focus is that we need to upskill ourselves, and we need to identify the different roles of people at the organization. We already have gone through different type of roles, and we need to understand how to utilize those people based on their skills and based on their roles. And again, we talk about the data analytics, how data analytics or analytics can help us being a part of technology for effective people management, to deal with the people management problem. So this is what I wanted to talk about. So we should not leave the primary occupation of being a person. So that should be the point. I hope you all have picked up some idea today. Thank you so much for listening to me very patiently. Any other question, then you can ask, but it is already 1:50. It is up to you. Thank you so much. Any question? Or we can go for the lunch for the next session. I hope the session was helpful to understand the thing. Thank you so much. So we can come back at sharp 2:25. Next session will be conducted by Dr. Shweta. Thank you so much. So welcome back, and welcome to the third session of the day. The theme of this session is influencer marketing tools during and post COVID-19. So influencer marketing is a concept which has been promoted by many marketers these days. And despite heavy advertising, most consumers declare that their purchases are mostly influenced by the experiences and recommendations of others and not by the marketers. So by 2022, marketing managers are expected to spend huge amount of money on influencer marketing to have influence over others to promote their brands through offline and electronic word of mouth. So now let us welcome Dr. Shweta Nanda to throw a light on the overall scenario. She is an expert in the marketing area. Let me introduce Dr. Shweta. Dr. Shweta Nanda is an associate professor at IILM with more than 16 years of experience. She is an engineer, MBA, UGC NET and PhD, and also a passionate researcher in the field of marketing and startup. Dr. Shweta Nanda has published papers in ABDC and Scoopers Index Journal, and she is a mentor to various startups in preparation of suitable business pitch and seed funding opportunities. Her area of expertise is marketing and emerging technologies. Dr. Shweta has organized various national and international conferences as the convener and has been a featured speaker in International Conclave on Blockchain. And she is known for her hard work and integrity. So Dr. Nanda, it is over to you now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shamli. It was beyond deserved. So, but thank you so much for introducing me, and I humbly welcome my audience over here and respect your time. So, without a delay, let's go ahead with the topic for today, which is influencer marketing tools. Okay, so before I start with this topic, so there are many in the morning. Professor Danish also introduced us to various emerging topics in digital marketing. And when we look upon a keyword as an influencer, it looks so small. It looks a minimal keyword. And you may ask your daughters and sons, and they would certainly say that, yes, we were following a book writer, we are following a novelist, we are following a cyclist, we are following a biker on social media platform. So everyone is following in some or the other way, everyone is following an influencer. And probably we as a fraternity of educationists, we may also be following a researcher on ResearchGate or many other platforms for that matter. So when we broadly understand the word influencer, it could be any person who out of his attitude, experience, capability, knowledge, is able to have an impression or an influence on the buying behavior of some other person. With that perspective, I would like to go ahead with this quick example, what you can see on the slide. So this is a quick image of Miki Agarwal. She is a social media influencer. All of us know that there are many influencers on the social media platform. And if we understand them, these are the individuals who distinguish themselves through their personal style and their ability to attract a large set of audience. Now, something very unique, something which looks very broad. And if we try to dwell into the detail of this topic, we would realize that Miki Agarwal has a set of followers who are confined, who is a segment which has a homogeneous features with respect to their age group, with respect to their demography, with respect to certain their attitude, interest, opinions, with respect to these traits, they share a similarity. So the best part that when a company thinks that, see, I want to reach my niche market, every time Unilever launch a product, before that, they do a mind-boggling activity to find out that where is my niche market? For whom are we making this product? If it is a startup, again, it tries to find out that this is a product which is a good fit for one particular segment, a niche segment. So where will I find? The first question is, where will I find this segment? Where is he available? So when we try to dwell, we realize that instead of putting lots of filters on Facebook and finding out who is my target audience, or if the company is making a post and they have a liberty to select the target audience through the filter on a Facebook, and that post will go to the specific set of audience. But a better way to reach these audience is through reviews. So all of us know, anyone who is in a family can understand this perspective that everyone is knowledgeable, judicious enough that when we are trying to buy something, we certainly, through online mode, we check all the alternatives, whether I want to buy a split AC, whether I want to buy a window AC, I want to buy a big cooler for my home. What do I need to buy? We do a quick search, we check some, on the company's site, on the Symphony site, I will try to find out what is the best price which is available. We do the homework. But at the end, to convert our alternatives into a quick decision making, we are looking for someone to support our decision. So this is the person, influencer is the person who is there, who has a similar point of view and who has earlier supported. How? He or she might have given you the review about when he has used the product, what was his experience. Probably other company was not a good fit. Probably the Symphony coolers, they had a better lifespan. So this is what I'm looking for. If I'm buying an expensive cooler for my huge room, I'm looking for something which has a life. So if in a review, if someone is talking about a similar experience, this will help me to convert my decision making. This will help me to buy that product. Unfortunately, there are many ethical constraints in this process. So we do understand that the companies these days, are ready to sponsor such influencers. The company says that, okay, this is a very nice influencer, has a very good reachability of the audience. They are exactly targeting my 25 to 35 segment. So this is the best influencer through whom we can get our product promoted. But over there, the quality of the followers differ. So the very important word in the influencer marketing is the quality followers. It is not at all a generic word. So quality followers are those who have the stickiness to that influencer, who are following that influencer for a larger time, and second, they are taking their advice. So if an influencer says that, see, I have tried this product and I have tried this refrigerator, my personal experience is that it needs lots of defrosting issues. So a genuine influencer may not always brag, always appreciate something good about you, repeatedly about a brand. And if he does so, he will drop upon the quality followers, because people are smart. You are smart to understand that this is a person who already the company has bought him, have paid him a hefty amount, and that's what he is doing. So he will drop upon the fan following. So it's a very tricky game, and that's why there comes the need of the tools. So the topic for today, there are n number of influencers in the market. But we, from a company's perspective, to identify who is the correct influencer for my brand, I need to have those tools to find out that this is my niche market for whom I'm making the product, and this person would be the right influencer to promote my product. So quickly, as told by Dr. Shamli, just that to understand that when we talk about an influencer, they are certainly sharing their experiences. They may be giving advice. They may be giving some recommendation, but the customers prefer these advices above any marketing mix, any marketing strategy, any marketing tactics of the company. You may not be influenced very much, I'm not saying, but if there is something on the print media, on a newspaper, they're giving some discount, it's a coupon, I may be thinking, but at that point, I will start searching the alternatives. So at a different stage of my buying process comes the role of influencer. So very quickly to understand, these are the people who are having a specialized knowledge and expertise, an authority or a social position. So when I say authority or a social position, he may be a politician, he may be a CEO, he may be a celebrity. But any person like you and me also can have a specialized knowledge. Any person like your daughter or your son who is very good at biking, who is very good at cycling, who is very good at gymnast, who is very good at sports, is also considered a person who is having a specialized knowledge, have an expertise on his area. So they are capable enough to be known as influencers. Now, very quick example. I just love to share some things with example. So what companies are looking for? Companies want to partner with such influencers in order to increase the brand awareness or having some convergence with respect to the specific target audience. It looks vice versa to us. It looks as if, so let's consider, there is a makeup artist who many of us, many of the people follow lots of home remedies. So these are the influencers on the platform, Dadi Ma Ka Nuska and all these. There are many influencers which, after experimenting lots on this stuff, we go back to the home remedies to find out what would be the best for my child, what would be the best for me, how to manage the hair through home remedy and all those things. So these are again the influencers, and they cater to a very niche audience. The niche audience. So any person who is following how to maintain, how can you manage stopping of the gray hair, or how to overcome the gray hairing problem. So any influencer, so certainly the people who are following that influencer are from the age group of say 40 and above. So that is a quick segment which is catered by the influencer. Now, a new company who has launched, they are in the purview to capture the feedback from the market. There's a new dye in the market. The company wants to capture the feedback. Now, we always have been studying that better ways to do a primary survey. And when it's a FMCG product, a consumer-based product, let's float a resume to huge number of audience to capture the right feedback. No, gone are those days when capturing a huge data, primary data on pen and paper will give me a factual information. So the simplest way is that with I have delegated that task to my influencer. This influencer, who is certainly giving a home remedy, would also in one of his posts may talk about the brand, which brand is also. So that person would say that there are many remedies to cure this, but you can also try. So my experience with this dye has been very good. So for example, so he can talk about the result, what are the applications and things like that. So what I want to convey is that there's a defined set of target audience with every influencer. And any company, if they want, they are looking forward, they have a different campaign. So if they are thinking to get a feedback for a product, or they want that promotion of that product, they will try to reach the influencer who is catering the same set of target audience. Another example, what you can see on the slide over here, that's what does that look for? I mean, what are your implications from that slide? Anybody?
Yes, you can unmute yourself and speak.
I will love to hear from you.
As a leader as well?
So the down there on the slide, there are some cyclists, right? So, and then there is an author of bikes and stuff. What does it look like to you? This lady, Juliet Elliott, she is, by the name of her channel, Bikes and Stuff, she is the influencer, a very powerful influencer because of her specialized expertise in cycling. She has been known in her demographic location to be as the most influential woman in cycling. Some of the probable reasons could be that she might have covered n number of milestones, traveling from California to Atlanta and different places. That could be a probable reason that she has been able to capture that image. And also in a couple of her posts, she has expressed her interest to in various others outdoor events. So why I certainly thought to bring this, because she has a great fan following. She has a huge followers on her channel by the name of Bikes and Stuff. Now, how do you think that the companies will make good out of it? Yes, anybody? Just give a clue. There's nothing very right and wrong. I would love to hear from you.
Ma'am, she can be a role model.
Yes, yeah, certainly that's correct. So she can be a role model to many ladies also who are looking forward to drive, who are looking for some motivation to drive or to do the biking or to do some outdoor activities. Now, from the company's perspective, company would think that, see, if there are many branded firms and that's one way of promoting their cycle. So what the companies thought that there's a new range of cycles which is only meant, to drive for a longer rides for more than 600 kilometers, 500 kilometers. Why? Because these cycles have special gear capability. So this company who has launched a new cycle range of high-end cycles thought that let us reach to this influencer and pay her for certain amount. Now in her post, she would certainly not say that, see, this is a good brand, you should also follow this. No, but what she can show is genuinely. So I say to create a genuine follower, she can say that I traveled a good distance of 600 kilometers from this place to this place, and this bike was an awesome friend to me. And there she shows the picture of the bike. So that is how the brand has been able to make its reachability to the target audience. I hope it's understandable. Yes, Samar?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, ma'am. I have one question with reference to same.
Yes.
Now, let's say you're talking about a woman and influencer and other things. I do understand the concept here. When Aishwarya Rai says, L'Oreal, you deserve it. Even though we do not believe that Aishwarya Rai may use L'Oreal or she would go for the higher brand. That's a fact. Okay. But let's say if an Amitabh Bachchan says, dikkar hai hum par, agar, polio ke booth par log kam hai, polio and other things, he doesn't use the polio drops, right? Even still, he becomes an influencer, right? Yeah. And because when he was launched as a brand for a polio ambassador, it was drastically failure. Then the angry young man of him comes out from Allahabad and says, whole changes. Then, people move towards him. And there was a study on this also. Does this concept also is called as influencer?
Yeah, I really liked your question, Samarth, and would love to take it in my upcoming slides. So yes, if we broadly talk about the influencer categories, there are the categories of influencer. So one that this lady Juliet, she is not a celebrity, but she has been able to influence people because of her an expertise, because she has used it, she has experienced the product, then she is only sharing it. So in this case, when the bikers, the company, the brand is approaching Juliet, they probably are gifting her one branded cycle, and instead of that, then they are asking her that you drive this bike and give your reviews on your platform. That's one. Second, the celebrity influencers. So I really like your question because sometimes there is a mismatch. There are many celebrities which won't even look like that. They have ever used that brand, and we know that. Now, what happens in those cases that what would happen? That we're not able to get a conversion. Okay, so that influencer will only be able to give brand awareness, but they will not be able to get brand conversion. So that is what matters. In this case, brand conversion, as in people may not buy your product because they are not they certainly know that this particular celebrity has not even tried to find out that what are the pros and cons behind using this product. That's why at the onset, I said that people are smart. That the company knows what is quality following. And I will show you some tools. We will be able to see that every influencer has a statistics of quality followers. So there where it comes. But now when I see the quality following of Amitabh Bachchan, so I don't know where would it stand. But yes, he's a celebrity influencer. The brand reached him, Hajmola reached him, Kaun Banega Crorepati, KBC reached him because they wanted brand promotion. They wanted that this brand to be promoted at pan-India level, at a large set of audience. So the campaign objective was different. You understand. I hope you understand. Over here, if the new cycle brand Vox is gifting a cycle to Juliet and saying, "See, you drive my cycle on a highway, and you please give your genuine review." So that means that that lady is aware. And second, if she does not give a genuine review, she will spoil the fan followers. So they know that they are earning a brand. So when they're earning a media platform, they would never like to give a false reviews for any product. I hope that answers Samar.
Yes, ma'am. I hope the data is what we are talking henceforth. The tools will ask, how to spot the fake followers or social algorithms. All these things would talk about the data, the tools what you're going to measure. I mean, put across.
Yeah. Yes, to a larger extent, we'll be talking about what are the parameters, how to find out the genuine influencers who are not fake. So it's the company's judiciousness. Do I need quality following? Yes. If yes, I have to pay more. What is the charges of such influencers? That charges are also visible on these sites. To that extent, we will take up these things.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Samar. All right. So going ahead, we're talking about the types. So the agenda for today, FGP, we are moving gradually. We are initially discussing the types of the influencers. Then we are talking about the ROI, the scope and return on investment from the company's perspective, and what are the tools which we can use. So my idea was not to tell you that what company is doing, but something which we can do a hands-on. So probably I will share you those tools, and if we will be able to try by our own. So let's come to this slide, which is talking about the types of influencers. There are some alarming figures on this page, and I would be more than happy if someone captures that. So the alarming figures may be related to the number of followers or any such data which is there. So is there something surprising on this page? Okay, then let me ask this way.
Customers are getting more attention in comparison to actors and artists.
Wonderful. You are so close to capturing the right thing, which is very phenomenal. So we are very close. You are right in saying that you have actually pinpointed the right thing, that there are celebrities. So when we say actors, artists, athletes, big athletes who have more than 1 million of following, but their engagement rate is barely 2 to 5%. They have a very high reach. But they have the lowest engagement and the lowest credibility. That's what Samarth was trying to ask. Their credibility is low because people know that this celebrity has not even never tried Podina capsule, and he's saying that that's a good digestive for stomach. He may not even try that. So that's a fact that that credibility, when the credibility falls, the people may not buy for the sake of what is their purview. The people may buy because earlier they were not aware, and yes, now they are aware that there is a such product which is available in your nearby store.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can
Yes,
I
please.
contribute? that is the major reason that we are seeing a shift in nowadays, that social media bloggers are getting more attention for customer engagement in comparison to athletes or celebrities. Though we used to study at our MBA time that these are brand endorsers, but now you see a shift in current time. You find more influencers on the social media platform rather than the big celebrities who charge a huge amount to companies and they're not getting repaid in the form of creating a customer back for the organization.
I really love that. So because you have seen a transition and hence you have shared that. Because earlier we used just talk about the brand ambassador. So the company, while deciding their advertisement budget, they have to keep, they certainly have to keep a amount for the brand ambassadors, which used to charge in crores for an advertisement, for a 1 minute advertisement. But gone are those days. Now the idea for these brands, so practically, with something is, I'm not written on this slide, but I would like to share that practically these days the company tries to capture different micro influencers at different pan India level. They use their budget, for say South or Southern India. They know that this is a Malayali speaker and this is a good influencer. He's a good biker and he stays geographically in that region. He would be a good person to promote my new range of Harley Davidson. They may capture a different micro influencer. Yeah, just let me complete this. So he may capture a different micro influencer in a Nord who rides in Leh Ladakh and who is to promote the new range of holidays. Yes, someone has a question. I'm sorry I have to cut you. Can please ask.
I think in the other aspect, if you can I add with your permission? With your permission, can I add one more view there?
Yeah, please, I would love to hear from you. Please go ahead.
Like normally what normally human beings, we do three types of decision making, habitual decision making, like we purchase soaps and all, etc. So in these kind of purchases, customer engagement direct with the endorser is not necessary. So that's the reason where actors, artists will be more influencers. Where when I'm taking a loan, so where interactive has to be more. So customer engagement has to be happen. So there, like even the mother will endorse Horlicks, but not a hero or a somebody. A matrimony website cannot be endorsed by the like an actor or actress, celebrities, where more than the actual customers who feel that we have been happy with the matrimony after getting leads from the matrimony. So that makes sense is that basing on the kind of a decision making what the consumer has been involved, like when it is in a extended problem solving situation, like I'm taking a loan, where I will not be able to look for I will be looking for more engagement with the service provider and I will have a lot of dialogue with that. So that's the reason these people will make that influences on blogs will be more influential than in this case. Can we agree on this point? Like, is it a right thought?
Yes, Dr. Satish, I totally agree on the fact you wanted to say that it varies from product to product. You say that where there's lots of
decision.
Yeah, so when it's saying that when they are talking about purchase decision, it is very technical in nature. So like buying a life insurance, right?
Exactly.
Buying life insurance thing, and you know that for the life insurance, and especially during this COVID time, many of us were intrigued to buy a life insurance, and it was a hefty amount. So to make that decision, I may not follow an influencer of that age group, but I would certainly like up to go to a comparative site to give me a comparison on what features, what benefit is it a term life insurance, what are the functions of every factor in that. So
even that, So please continue.
Yeah, so good that you brought in that, it may not be good fit, but yes, I just like that. For example, you said for soap. Yeah, for soap also people do check for some influencers, but that's a different age group.
Yes.
For example, a youth who knows that there are n number of pimple resolving creams in the market, but that teenager is certainly looking for genuine product. Now it's a skin product. Anything which is skin, I would not go by brand. I would go by review. Has someone tried that skin product earlier? And I will check the review and then I will certainly buy that.
Yes. Even this campaign objective is also, if brand penetration, brand awareness has to be there, then they will look for actors and celebrities where penetration is more required, like awareness has to be done. So it's a new
That's
company,
right.
new brand, this thing. Then actors and actors, these will be. So campaign objective also makes sense, which follower we need to use. Influencer.
Certainly, that's what this slide is talking about. That
Thank
on the
you.
basis
Okay.
of your, thank you, Dr. Satish. So by stating your examples, so your campaign objective varies with which you decide upon whether I need to capture as a company. You are deciding whether I need to use a customer to try my product, or shall I use a blogger who writes about my product, or shall I go to a celebrity who endorses my product? Now, my one very strong question, which will drive my entire presentation from here on, is what do you think is a broad difference between a customer and employee? So when we are calling the first segment, I would love to call them as micro influencers. In the second category, I am calling them as executives or bloggers. And the third category, they are celebrities. Now to
See,
the first
customers are
one.
informal. Customers are informal, where employees are formal. Where customers are the persons who will be using, where employees may not be using the same product actually by them.
Okay, and what about the bloggers?
Bloggers, it depends, man. Like as you said, executives. Who is your executives? A company executive, you mean?
So the executives, one, that they are working in a company and they are
Okay.
given the dedicated role to write blogs for the same company. And second,
Okay.
it could be a freelance blogger who is
Yes,
very
yes.
smart in content marketing.
Yeah, executives paid, whereas bloggers are not so paid. Where I will be authentication will be credibility will be more in the case of bloggers, individual bloggers. What you say, freelancer bloggers. Whereas executives, it's a completely formal tie-up. Obviously, when I'm formally tie up with a company and I'm working for that, obviously I should say that its product is good, definitely. Whereas a blogger may not be need to be say that it has to be good only. The credibility will be high. Why? Because he is the actual user of the product. So he may be telling that, okay, this, the, what you can say,
Okay,
pros and
so
cons of the product.
got it. Now, what is the difference between the first one and the second one? So when I say micro influencer and a blogger.
That's what they are formal, where here may not be formal.
Not formal. Okay. Now the greatest factor, when we are very keenly following a blogger, one, that the blogger caters to a niche market, which the micro influencers also do. But the bloggers have a very technically expertise, knowledge in their area in which they are dwelling. They keep on building upon that knowledge, and they are charging from the companies through the backlinks. So when I am talking about the strong keyword out here in this slide is the engagement. Other than the following, the second important word out here is the engagement, which you can see for micro influencers, it is 25 to 50%, and for the bloggers, it is 5 to 25% only. So very surprisingly, you will see that, I'm searching for, I'm looking for some comparisons on certain product. I want a very technically high knowledgeable person. I will go to the blog directly. I will look for some tools. I will find out, and then my connection with that blogger is lost. There may be some backlinks on that blogger site. There may be some backlinks which are taking me to the homepage of that product from where I can buy the product. So you also notice that all the bloggers, when they're writing a blog, there are certain keywords which are highlighted in blue.
Kind of
So
affiliated marketing?
Yeah, that's very close to affiliate. Yes, Amar, you're right. So for per click on that keyword, it is taking me to the company's site from where I can buy the product. This is also called as affiliate marketing. The blogger can get paid in two ways. Either one, that the person who is reading the blog clicks upon that blue keyword. Second, if actually he makes the purchase. So there are different types of payment contract for the blogger also. They do get paid sometimes just for the clicks, and sometimes they get paid that, you know, while you were doing a video. So for example, it was a video blog. Okay, I was explaining something. I said I used it. I tried. Very good. These are some tools from where you can buy this. Some check this. There are some, you know, highlighted blues. So I was interested. I clicked on that blue link. It has taken me to the company's website from where I can buy. If I actually buy that from that company's website, that video blogger will get paid. So that's one aspect. You know, there are different ways that the bloggers are being paid. The second, the micro influencers, what we were talking about earlier, who are the customers and the employees, can be anyone who is writing their review. I shared that at least a person who is having from 1,000 to 10,000 followers. Please, you can focus on the figures of the following through which you can bifurcate, you know, over for the executive bloggers, it is from 10,000 to 1 million. And for the celebrities, it is more than 1 million followers. Yes, Amar.
Ma'am, let's say a doctor is there in a particular places, and there are a lot of people who come and ask them, you should prescribe my medicine only. So if he's writing a particular medicines about them, is he an influencer or an affiliated marketer? Who is a doctor now?
Well, doctor is an influencer. Is not affiliate. He would certainly influencing, and he's influencing because when we teach a subject of business law, you know, there are certain aspects in which we are medically, for the medical cases, they become our advocates. They are the brand advocates, so we have to follow them. Okay. All right, going back to micro-influencer, when I talk about some special characteristics of the first set of micro-influencers, we're understanding the fact that they have a very loyal followers. That is why the engagement rate you can see is high. There's a loyal customer following for the micro-influencers. There's some of very, you know, some names written out there. Is a leadership trainer, one is a biker, the other is a travel blogger, then the makeup artist. And why do you think that the company will not go to a celebrity, not go to a blogger, but reach the micro influencers? Is because of they have very tight knitted communities. They have a strong hold on their community to that extent that if they give a positive review, people will certainly try or buy that product. So the companies, that's why I said when we will go to the tools, there is the keyword which is related to loyal followers, loyalty. So that's a parameter. That's a quantitative measurement which you can see on the tools. And that's why, although they do not charge very high, but they have a very high impact on the brand conversion. Okay, one quick video I certainly want to share you because this video will make us clear of the fact about the differences between three of them. So the video is by whom? There's a blogger by the name of Miss Malini, and actually the name of that lady is Malini Agarwal. And she earlier, when she started this business, she left the Bollywood thing and she started the business of writing page 3 articles and all that. And gradually she realized that let me write out some genuine, facts about the Bollywood industry on my social media platform. And slowly and gradually she built up her set of audiences. Now there are many companies who are chasing her. Then her rates of running a campaign on her post is very high. So I just quickly would like to share because she's quoting out here a difference between three sets.
Making women really unhappy, and it's making it difficult for us to use social media. So I started this community as a safe space for women where it's at the moment only women, of course, so there's no negativity, there's no trolling, we have rules of empathy and kindness. And I genuinely believe, I'm sure a lot of people here are from brands or work with brands, that the future of influencers, and influencer marketing is such a hot term right now, the future of influencer marketing is going to be influencers who can create community around themselves, not just have fans that idol worship them. Because there's 3 phases of advertising, right? They used to be the big Bollywood star on the billboard, look at this product, which is great for awareness, market awareness of your product. Then you have the influencer who can use the product and show you how to use this shampoo, how to use this makeup product. But at the end of the day, everybody who's watching them knows that this person was paid to make this video. So even if they love them, they may not immediately run to go buy that product because they see them advertising so many products. The third kind of referral is a non-celebrity influencer. All of us are influencers. We influence our circle of friends and family every single day. Now, I ask you this, if I were to say, hey, as your friend, I use this particular sunscreen because it helps my skin. I have oily skin and it's better for acne. Are you more likely to take my advice as someone you know, or go and just Google some influencer, or just, there's too much noise and information. So community is key. Community is the missing piece between brand and consumer. Because what's happening right now is that brands go online, they create all this awareness about their brand, they get influencers to do this massive campaign, and then the conversation drops off the internet. Whereas in our groups or even offline, women are sitting and talking about, hey, I tried this, did you try that? I don't know, right now there's an app going crazy called The Pattern that tells you everything that you need to know about yourself. It's iOS, it's amazing. So this is how news gets around.
You know, you started at...
That's a quick piece of information because she is given a brilliant example to differentiate between all 3 of them. And she was very genuine in telling that the celebrity would only give you the awareness. She's also mentioned that the companies who are doing it for themselves. So companies can also do some post, but the people will drop out of the communication. They may not follow it for long. But the best thing about influencers is that people are following them. They following as in if the brand said, this influencer said that, see, I tried this product. This is my review, my genuine review. This was good, this was not good about the product. And after some time, if the company launches a new version in the same product pipeline, so the same influencer will pick up that product and again give a review that, see, they have launched a new version and I tried this, but now I'm satisfied. So that platform where your followers are also able to give a feedback upon, I agree, I disagree. And the best part is about, when I have seen this influencer market, that they do not debate. They respect the reviews which are given by the followers. So if the followers debate, that's okay, this is your review, but when I tried, it did not give me a stopping hair fall thing. So that do not moves into a debate. That's very humbly accepted by the influencers, and that's how they keep on having a lasting relationship with the influencers. They do not drop off that pipeline. So we're going back to my screen, my slide things. Just a minute, please. Okay, so broadly, when we are talking about the types of campaigns run by the companies, we try to understand that what the company is trying to do. The company, when we say the blog campaign from an influencer perspective, ideally what they talk about is, certainly demography wise, so location wise also, geographically wise also. There are different bloggers and they talk about what are the things to do, place to visit, food and culture, weather, and they give their genuine reviews on that. But that's a beautiful example which I have brought for you. This is from the OYO. So how OYO tried to capture the right influencers and how they were running different campaign for different set of different category of people. So over here. Now, one that before the company reached out to the right influencer, the company identified their agenda. So their agenda was to reach to the age group of 20 to 25. The company thought that already the company had a plan of action that I need to launch a campaign by the name of Oyo Mates. This was the name of the contest on the platform of Instagram, and the Facebook lead generation was that, through the Facebook they were expecting to have getting leads. So what are the leads? The leads are the people. So for example, a campaign is running on a Facebook. The people who say that, yes, I am interested to participate in that contest becomes my lead. So what were they looking for? They were looking for an influencer, a right influencer who can run a campaign and who is a very, fond of biking, and people, he says that, okay, you seen celebrities, so or anyone who wins the contest can come up to me, or I will take him on a ride or something like that. So this Oyo campaign was related to that. I would like to travel with you. With whom? With the influencer who is a strong biker. Now this campaign was, Oyo Mates was meant for whom? For the bikers. There was special, Oyo was launching a new set of hotels for the bikers. Now what bikers are looking for is different from what a family people are looking for, or what a business corporates are looking for. The bikers are looking for hotels which can give them a good night accommodation and a good breakfast, and then they will move on at a different package rates. So Oyo launched a new concept of by the name of Bikers Hotel, and they were running this campaign by the name of Oyo Mates to identify that who would be my right biking gang who can avail the Oyo Bikers Hotel. To promote that new product for Oyo, they thought that let's run this campaign. And what would be the right time to run the campaign? They mentioned it would be before the college vacations, and especially during the month of February to April. Now, next, that whom did they think was a good person to reach to, a good influencer? So this influencer from Mumbai, and his media accounts run by the name of Mumbaiker Nikhil, who used to write daily video logs and lots of motor vlogging he does. And he has a 694K of subscribers, a huge teenage fan base, but the quality, genuine followers. The company thought that this would be the best person because he had a quality following and the following base was too much. Since you know that Oyo is spread across Pan India, it's not geographically limited. So they were looking for an influencer who has huge following, fan base. Also, they identified that who are the people who generally, so from which demographic location people ideally go for biking. And after demographically analyzing that, yes, one of the prospective state is Mumbai, from where people go to biking to different, areas, including hill stations and Leh Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir and other prospective locations. Now, can you imagine how much he must have charged to run this campaign? Just to allow people to ride, to one of them to ride with him, he was charging a hefty amount of 80,000 to 1,20,000. He ran this campaign on the Instagram by the name of Oyo Rider campaign, and you know that it was promoted by this person, Mumbaiker Nikhil, and this what he was promoting. He was trying to promote the new biker friendly hotel. So certainly when he will be amongst his followers, who becomes a lead by clicking, he posted a video log, and there was a contest out there that please, all those who are interested to ride with me can click on this link, who is interested to ride with me. Everybody clicked on that link. All those people who clicked on that link, they become the lead for the company, or Oyo company, who was looking to offer the biker friendly hotel rooms. From a company's perspective, the company was able to capture the lead data. This is how their post looked like. So I'd like to share that when they launched this, you can see, ride with Mumbaiker Nikhil, win a chance to ride with Mumbaikar Nikhil on a trip to Leh Ladakh, hashtag Oyo Right. Why? Who gave? Hashtag Oyo Right was not originated by Mumbaikar Nikhil. This ad was sponsored by Oyo. So even the hashtag were given by Oyo, that the hashtag should be Oyo Right. Once I click on this red button, I will move beyond this slide and I would be able to see that link that, see, I'm interested to write with Nikhil on that Leh Ladakh thing. Any person who clicks on that link. So this is how they run their campaigns on Instagram. Why? Because the set of the people, the bikers and all these people, there's certainly that youth group which we can find on the Instagram. So this was a advertisement on Instagram. Okay, now another example of Oyo only. Okay, now she is a blog writer, Shivya Nath. She is a travel blog writer. I'm not saying she's a biker. She used to travel. She has a very moderate fan following, not a huge fan following, very moderate. But she is an amazing travel blogger because she has genuine vlog. You also know that, you know, when you are trying to go to a new place, you want to explore a destination, you first see the video logs. That, you know, when we will go, what we can explore, what we will find, and you'll try to find out from these people who have already been there. Now, why I think that Shivya is a genuine, because she will give you the touch points that, see, if you have sufficient money, you may go to this hotel. If you do not have sufficient money, you may explore this. So very genuine feedback is received by Shivya Nath. That's why she have a genuine follower base. Now, what Oyo said that, see, Shivya, we are launching a new campaign. You have to sponsor us this campaign. In place of that, we will not give you a hefty amount, but what we will give you is a free vacation. We will provide you that free vacation for a month. You can go to that outdoor location. You can stay in our Oyo hotel rooms and you can explore there for 1 and 2 months. So the destination office, you know, so this was a campaign by the name of destination office. This hashtag destination office was given by Oyo Rooms. And then what she was told to do for them, she was told to capture the feedbacks on how it feels to work outdoors. So can you imagine, we always have this assumption that influencers are the one who are just sharing their experience. But do you think that influencers are capable enough to capture your feedback? Today we will do a hands-on in the breakout room on this. How the influencer creates such forms to capture your feedback, to capture the feedback from the followers. So that forms do not actually look like a primary survey. So this is something which is, I believe, is lined up, and we will do soon after covering these 5 goals. So once we do the 5 goals, we will do a hands-on on how you and people like me or any other influencer can create a feedback for the fan followers. So the 5 goals for the influencer marketing, broadly, if we talk about, 1, that the influencers are there to give you brand awareness. Second, the influencers influencing post may drive you to click on something, to get some sales, to collect some feedback, to collect the lead information. I repeat, lead is the first prospective buyer of my product. So you may not be buying it, but if you generate your interest on the influencer blog, it means you become a lead and the company has captured your information from that influencer's blog. Right? So going step by step to the first goal out here, one that to increase the brand awareness. You can see that brand awareness is measured. What is important on this slide? That brand awareness is measured through impressions, through reach, and through engagement metrics. There are 3 different things. When I say, impressions is the number of times your post is available on, I can see that on the Facebook. So for example, thrice each day on the Facebook, twice every day on the Instagram. So that becomes my impression. Then reach is related to number of audience my influencer has been able to reach the set of audience. And engagement is if some follower of yours is asking a question from you, or has if you have given an opinion by the end of your video log, you said, hey, this is a new product I have tried, and I really seek your opinion. Shall I go by this or shall I do this? Do you think I should apply henna? Do you think I should go buy a dye or something? So I raised an opinion and I floated it to my followers. So it means that I am trying to build the engagement matrix. The second goal is related to capturing the audience demographic data, which can be easily done by the influencers. So not just their gender, which location, from which location are they following you, what are their interests, so that I can align what I am saying to my target audience. The third goal is related to generate sales. So for example, many influencers campaigns, certainly want sales. The company says we want sales. See, the company says, the influencers, we want sales. We are paying you to get sales, do something. But there's a limitation to the influencer. They cannot directly post out they cannot have your brand visibility right away. Instead of that, they can build up certain opinions. They can track your links. They can take you to some landing page through a backlink, or they can give you some QR code, a redemption code. Let's see, I tried this product, I tried this QR code and I got a discount. So just see, this QR code is free for the first 5 users. So would you like to try that? So there are many followers who will start, getting interested in such. I've seen that. Maybelline does that. They release a QR code and that QR code through an influencer, and it's just free for the initial 10 people. The fourth goal is related to brand advocacy. Now, how brand advocacy is different from brand awareness? Anyone would like to share something? How brand advocacy is different from brand awareness? Okay, let me quickly capture this thought. So all these startups these days, they are looking for people to do brand advocacy. The startup would not like to spend a huge amount on marketing right away. In their early traction 6 months phase, they would not like that, I would spend a huge amount on promotion and print media or TV or advertisement. They would like that, let's capture the right influencer who is giving me a good word of mouth. So someone who is trying my product. So you also know that there are many delivery apps these days. Your doorstep delivery apps are there. Now, to you to opt, shall I go for a Big Bazaar delivery app, or Reliance Geo delivery, or a new startup delivery app? Which one would be good for me? So I'm looking for a certain word of mouth. So if someone says, any influencer, your influencer can be any person who is explored all three of them and is giving you a good feedback about this delivery app is very reasonable. So the startups certainly look for the brand advocacy. And then the last one is drive lead generation. Okay, so ultimately every campaign, every brand is sponsoring their campaign through influencer just for the agenda to have sales, to get the data of the leads, to get the direct response, to get the name of the people who are interested, to get the email of the people who are interested in a product. Okay. So all these are different, why I'm sharing that before we do that practical activity, because when you would be doing this thing, that the first thing, you will realize that these are small forms which by the end of their campaign, ideally the influencer puts these small forms out there. so that whenever your follower is filling that, the company able to get the lead data. The company is able to get a data from you. So before I move ahead, there's a session of the breakout room. Now we are moving ahead with, I am putting a pause on this slide. Now, all of you, I would request you to be there with me, because I would request Dr. Shamli will like to create 9 breakout rooms, Dr. Shamli.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
9 breakout rooms, because I'm sharing people on the chat link what you have to do. So in your breakout room, I need, yes, Kusum, you have a question?
So, Dr. Shweta, you wanted to share some links. Are you sharing?
Yes, I'm sharing that on the chat box.
No, you share on the chat box and you share on the WhatsApp so that I can share with the group.
Okay, I will do that. Okay. All right, I'm just doing that. So one quick thing which I like to convey to my audience out here, that in your breakout room, for example, see there are 10, 12 people or 13 people in your breakout room. Only, I'm sharing one link per breakout room, and Dr. Shamli will also share you through WhatsApp. Every breakout there only has to be one person who is taking a lead and filling that form. Not everyone do not has to fill up that form. The rest are able to see that form. So there is a quick link, a very small link. Any one representative from your breakout room group. So for example, there are 12 people. You can choose one representative who clicks that link, a form will open, and that person will keep on filling that. That's a very small, quick lead generation form. If someone has a doubt, you can please ask. And meantime, Dr. Shamli, can we make an arrangement to have 9 breakout rooms only?
I'm doing that. And are you sharing the link?
Yes, I'm doing it right away.
Okay. So the links will be shared in the WhatsApp group where participants are there. They can check the link, and as per your breakout room, you can follow that particular link. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yes.
Please join the breakout room.
My one request again to all set of audience, only one person out of the entire group has to please fill up this form. And the form number as per your breakout room only. Not have to, you're not supposed to fill up all the forms. So if you're in the breakout room 1, just fill the first link. Only one person will fill that link. And we'll come back in 5 minutes, please. I hope there's no confusion to understand this.
So I have shared that, Dr. Shweta.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shweta.
I've shared that with the participants. Dr. Anshul, you didn't go to the breakout room?
Ma'am, can I get the link for the breakout room again?
Your name?
Neelam.
Neelam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me
Ma'am,
check.
I came back to fetch the links and I lost my breakout room also.
Okay, just wait. Neelam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Shamli, I'm going to the breakout rooms to explore if they're
Yeah, you
comfortable.
can. Yeah. But I'm not able to see.
I had room number 4.
Room number 4. Okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm sending you to room number 5. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
because that form has a limitation to be filled by one person. That was the reason I requested, but there were some who have filled up. So that data is there with me. I will check who has mistakenly filled up everything. But that would not hamper our learning. I have already prepared my type forms for you so that I can show you how actually that look like. So allow me a minute, please. I'm sharing you right there on my screen. Okay, so meanwhile, it's just I actually closed that application. There's a hyper auditor application. I closed this type form thing, but by the end, if time permits, I will share you. I'm also sharing you this, the link for the hype auditor meanwhile in the chat box, so that you can also create your logins and we will do it together. But I have to see if I am able to complete my the other things. I will log into this Hyper Auditor platform. This is giving me the capability to create type forms. So you just give me a minute, please. Let me do that for you. Okay, here we go. I am able to find that. I'm sharing this thing on your screen right away. I hope everyone is able to see this.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So this is an app by the name of Hype Auditor. Now through this app, everyone of us can find out where is the right influencer, how to choose, what is his area, what is the domain. From a company's perspective, you can find out, if you already know the name of the influencer, you have to just type that name in this, in the search box out here, if I know. But say, for example, I'm a new person and I do not know anything about cycling. I want to buy a DSLR camera, but I don't know which is a good brand. Neither I know a good influencer in that area. So something new to me, or probably car and biking, I don't know. So in that case, there is an option out here by the name of influencer discovery, through which we will find the right influencer. Now, the other important feature of this tool is that I can manage, as a company, I can manage my campaigns. I can find a suitable influencer for my campaign. Now, what are the different campaigns? My campaign could be the awareness for a new product. It could be that I'm launching a new product, but before launching to the market, I really want to see, I want to do a test marketing and see what is the review of the people for that, new. So if there's a new aloe vera shampoo based product, I want to see the review feedback. So certainly I am turning my idea to an influencer in that area who gives that feedback on the natural based shampoo. So over here, it's a very simple, very handy tool. So I go to the influencer discovery thing, in which you can find the right influencer on Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Twitch. You can find who would be a right influencer on this platform. So I have some filters on this screen. You can see that. So I can apply these filters to find out the right influencer in my area. Now, for example, I'm searching, he's asking me to find out car and motorbikes, for example. I'm looking for the influencers who are in the area of car and motorbikes. So one that I searched for car and motorbikes. Second, what category? So category, you can see out here, I have selected a category. The best part of this tool is I can also select one or more category. There is no limitation. So an influencer can be a car and biker also. The same influencer can be a fitness influencer also. Certainly, there are chances that a cyclist can also be a fitness influencer also. So I selected a category in this. Then I am selecting a country, and the best part again is I can add a country. So for example, I add a location. I'm looking for an influencer who is very active in India. And for example, this company is also want to launch their product in Singapore. And he's also looking that the same influencer has his presence in Singapore. So influencer gender, for example, I said male. Influencer language, to be safe, I said English. Okay. And audience location, the company audience age, you can see to which extent I can. Now, how my results are varying. What are the number of influencers right now who are on the Instagram page? That's 289. That's huge. So I need to put further filters to streamline on one influencer who would be the good fit on Instagram post to promote my new campaign of a new car launch, for example. So followers, so any person who has a decent following thing. I'm not looking for 1 million, a big figure. I'm saying, okay, anything which is beyond 5K is a good fit for me, or anything beyond 10K, between 5 to 10K. I mean, the followers of that influencers are between 5,000 to 10,000. That is a good fit for me. Okay. Then going next, talking about the engagement rate. Okay. So when I say engagement rate, a decent engagement rate is 2.35, 2.5 is a very decent engagement rate from an influencer's perspective. So I said 2. Now you can see that where has my score gone. So there are 29 Instagram followers. If I put these filters on the certain locations, so so when I say, see, AQS is a quality score. So it's a number, it's on a matrix. It's not one score, but it is on a matrix. But currently I'm not putting that. And I can, these are the main things, and it's not necessary to put how recent was that Instagram thing, it's not necessary. So I can, what are the total account mentions, and is there a similar username? Now what's interesting is the new feature which is added on this tool is audience interest. So audience interest, as you already typed in, it's into car and biking and all those things. So let me see. Now, one, that there is an interest of the influencer, and second, the interest of the audience as well. So for example, I am looking for the audience, again, interest in the field of car and biking. So I am car and motorbike. So I'm looking for such type of influencers who cater to that audience of car and motorbike only. Okay, so let's explore from the current influencers which are there in the market. Now some interesting figures. Again, the figures are only from India. I hope all of you are there with me. You are able to understand? Great. So this is giving me a series of 29 best influencers who are in the field of car and motorbikes. Now, again and again, from the beginning, we have been focusing on the quality audience. So this is what the company is looking for, to see not just the number, but second, the quality. Now, why I specifically drove to this alarming thing, you can see that the number of followers for Tejas Soma, by the name of this influencer, the followers you can see is 9.77, but the quality audience is 5.9. On the other hand, the influencer by the name of Balaji Suresh, his followers are comparatively less, but his quality audience is very close to the quality audience of Tejas. So how will it impact me? It will impact upon the pricing. Now, if the company goes to, Balaji and ask, see Balaji, we want to run this new campaign of a new car in the market. And if we want you to run this campaign for us, for a test drive, for example, Balaji, what would you charge? Now, this person says, I'm charging something between 1 lakh or 1,20,000 or something. But why he's on the other end, this person who has less followers, but is having a similar quality, his would be charging say 50,000 for running one campaign for the company. Okay, and the best part, you can see his AQS score. The quality score is very important. So the quality of the followers is excellent in this case. Whereas for Tejas, when I say quality is the measure of the interest area. So when I say quality followers, their interest matches exactly to the interest of the influencers. So also the interesting part you can see from this tool is that which category it's talking about what category this influencer generally write a post upon. So extreme sports and outdoor, and so is his quality very high, because he's talking about extreme sports. Whereas Tejas Soma is generically talking about racing sports and car and motorbikes and all. So these are very important aspects when the company is thinking that to which influencer to reach, what is our budget, what is the campaign objective based upon that. Now, this is the first thing which I wanted to share, and while we are approaching to the upcoming slides, I have one more feature of the Hyper Auditor tool which I would love to share to all of you today. I'm moving to the next slide from here. Okay, so when I go to this slide, the interesting thing over here, what we can see is, are we able to, so for example, my daughter or my son wants to, write a beautiful blog on his interest area. So do he or she knows that what keywords to use so that I capture the audience of same interest. So this is a simple tool. And again, I'm sharing you the screen. This tool name is Ahrefs. Now, why I have not just bought any tool, but Ahrefs tool is known globally. Ahrefs tool is used to rank the global web. So it is used multi-purpose, not just to find keywords. Ahrefs tool also helps us to find out the website ranking. So for example, this is your college website, your company website, and you want a comparison with other similar college websites. So Ahrefs tools will give you with statistics how far can we can reach on comparisons. So SEO keywords is one benefit of Ahrefs tool, and let me share you my screen. Just a moment. Here we go. I hope you are able to see this tool. I can also share this on your chat box also. I will share this on your chat box also. So this tool by the name of Ahrefs. Now one thing, you know, what you have to do, for example, you just type, during the COVID times, people were very keen to buy oxygen plants, you know, and I can type which location. So for example, you want to write blogs for India, and one is a very beautiful one person or a lady has a keen interest in planting home-based plants, oxygen plants. So I want to write a beautiful blog, probably I want to be a seller or whatever, but I want to write my reviews on oxygen plants. So this is how I can capture the keywords, and I can see what volume of people what are the different possibilities to use the keywords in my blog. Now this is from the influencer's perspective. Okay. Now, for example, people who are new to become an influencer, who have an interest. So how you can find out what are the keywords which will be helpful for me? What is the number of people who have used these keywords? The number of times these keywords have been searched across all the search platforms. Now, other benefit of Ahrefs tool which I was sharing to you, see, the benefit is this is also website authority checker. The best thing, other than being the keyword rank checker, it is also SEO checker. You know, you can check the website. One thing which I have used this tool often is related to the website optimization. So for example, I want to know what is the website health. I can use this tool to do that. Hope all of you have found this tool interesting. I have also put this tool on your chat box so that you can later also explore this tool. And the hyper auditor thing, I will also post it once again for you. Okay. Right. So moving beyond this, let's come to a new topic for the day, which is giving a call to a new practical exposure. Role of micro-influencers in the sales funnel. So, you know, the company overall, when talks about media, there are two types of media. One is earned media and the second is owned media. So this is a model which generally the companies talk about, and I'm sure it will be very helpful to any people who belong to this domain, who do not belong to this domain, but they are trying to understand that what is the reference of SEO, the search engine optimization, what is the reference of typing keywords in Google, why I need to reach to influencers, what is the relevance of having landing page, you know, what is the reference of use multi-channel marketing, what do we mean? So this is it's a Bible. It's a Bible for a cycle running from acquiring a customer to retaining a customer. So this is a very important model. We also call it as race model in marketing. Now why I especially bought this to show you, because I can get to know from this diagram, even if I do not know what is a landing page, I do not know what is a remarketing, nevertheless, what I can understand from this diagram is that the paid media is the company spend. The company is paying. The company is spending to get an advertisement printed on newspaper. The company is spending to have an ad in FM. The company is spending to have pay-per-click on the digital ads. Whereas then the red one, what you can see on the left hand side, the red one out here is the owned media. What is owned media? What the company, so for example, I have made my website very optimized. I have spent money, the company has spent money, and my website has all the features. You know, I want to buy something, it has the link. You want to explore, it has a unique brochure. It has the payment terms and condition. So the company owned because that's the asset of a company. Merchandising, market. What is marketing automation? Marketing automation is, there are some tools like CRM which are used under marketing automation, and there are many platforms which the company can buy. Now, where do we find influencer marketing, influencer role? Influencer is an earned media, because the company is leveraging the earned media which is created by the influencer. It's not a proprietary of the company. The company is paying the influencer, and hence it is called earned media. You can see across all these marketing activities, influencer outreach is the only earned media of the company. Is the only earned media. Why? Why are you earning that? That's an asset which you are earning through influencers. You are trying to build your brand image through influencers. So it is an earned media. Okay. So this is, I hope if there is some doubt, we can address that right away. Or shall we move ahead? Okay. So another very interesting thing of this session is, yes, Dr. Razia, I see a doubt out there.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
if only Instagram is earned media, then what about others, like paid? One is paid, one is owned. Can you explain owned more? Because when
Sure.
we are paying it, then that means we are owning it also.
Yes, it is interesting. Okay, Dr. Raziel, I am very happy you asked it. I was wondering, I get a question like this from the audience. It gives me a very positive feeling that you are listening to
Yes,
this.
ma'am, I'm listening to you, because my confusion was like, if I'm paying for something, then I'm owning it also after that. Maybe for a while, 1 year, 2 years. What is the difference, ma'am?
Okay, so again, let me go back to this. So for example, I'm taking help of a third party. I'm taking help of a newspaper agency to get my advertisement printed out there. So I'm paying a third party to, I'm using a third party. I'm paying him, but I am certainly, want that my advertisement should be printed. Second is that owned media. Now owned means now it is mine. But I have built it. I have built a capacity. How? I have made my website optimized. One. Second, I am to streamline my marketing channels. I have purchased a customer relationship software. Now that software is helping me to keep a check on my sales funnel, to check, how my product, how it's moving for manufacturer, how it is moving to the seller, how it is moving to the distributor. So I have purchased, that's the owned. I have purchased it, but now it is my asset. For example, let's understand in simple language. For example, I as a person have done a IIM certification course and I have owned it, but now that certification, that degree is mine. I have owned it. Okay, and then when talking about the earned media, the difference between earned, so actually this is earned by an influencer. This media, it's a part of a media which is earned by an influencer. He has built up, so what he has earned up the followers, the follower base. As a company, influencer is just a medium to reach the follower base. As a company, I am using the influencer to reach the right target market I want to reach to. So I have earned it because once, why I say earn? It could also be a paid form. I am paying an influencer and is running a campaign. I have earned it because I am able to get the loyal customers. Time and again, this influencer, whenever we'll talk about good word of mouth for my product, he's doing a brand advocacy for my product, I am getting a direct loyal market out there. What I am earning is, I am earning the customer loyalty base. That's what the company is earning through that media. So that's what is unique in this diagram. I hope, Dr. Razia, that answers your
Yes,
question.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I had confusion between paid and owned, but now it is clear. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for asking that. I would say that.
My pleasure, ma'am.
Okay, moving beyond this, again we were talking about this hyper auditor tool we were earlier discussing. Now we will talk about some statistics on this tool. So for example, one want to choose between, which influencer will be a good fit to run my campaign. So broadly, there are many criterias, but broadly the company caters through 3 criterias. I will show you on this tool how. So, I will show on the hyper auditor where are these criteria listed and how we can find. So, the one criteria is the audience which the influencer is catering. Second, the type of engagement which the influencer has created. And third is the brand mentions. Now, all of you are very sure about what is the difference between audience. So, audience captured is the number of followers I have, and engagement I showed you on that hyper tool. Engagement means how I am able to have a connect with them. I am asking a poll, I am asking their reviews also, have I floated a form for them to fill up a review for me, or do I want them to work with me, to collaborate with me and give another feedback for some product. How I am collaborating with my followers, that's the engagement. And brand mention is that how many number of times this influencer in his post is talking about that brand specifically. You would be surprising, it's an alarming figure to see the brand mention should not be more than 1 for one brand. So for example, for a time span of 2 months, 3 months, the brand mention, for example, I have collaborated with one brand of say Coke, for example, Coca-Cola. So that brand mention, the number of times I'm talking about that brand should not come very often. If it comes often, it will reduce the quality of my followers. Because people are very susceptible. They will get to know that you are being paid by that brand. And second, the brand mention also caters to the number of brands. For example, if it's a cycling blog, it's a cycling vlog. So number of brands, you may be talking about a cycle seller. You may be talking about a person there are different companies who are manufacturing the lights. There are different companies who are manufacturing the helmets, the bikes, helmets. There are different companies. All of them will reach you. There are different brands. So the number of brands to whom, for whom I am promoting your product, they are the number of brand mentions I am doing in my post. So in this diagram, you can very quickly see that for the micro influencer 1, he or she is catering huge audience. Engagement is pretty low and the brand mention is moderate. For the influencer 2, if you have to decide, the audience scattered is very less, but the engagement is very high. Now, if I tell you to select, if you want to promote your new product, I repeat, if my campaign objective is there is a new product in the market, I want to promote that new product, will you reach to micro influencer 1 or will you reach to micro influencer 2? Let me hear from you. Yes, my fellow colleagues, I really am looking forward to hear from you. I'm just asking out of 1 and 2, that's it. Who will you choose? The one who is capturing many audience but the engagement is less.
Two, ma'am.
So, I get more answers? I'm happy you answered, but I'm looking for more answers from the audience as we are about, we are
Two,
coming
ma'am.
to.
Two.
Thank you,
Engagement.
Chitashri. Thank you for giving your purview. Why do you think, Chitashri, why should we go for micro influencer too?
I think it's because of more engagement.
Okay, so if there's a new brand, the company wants maximum people should be aware about that brand.
Then third one.
Let's forget about third. It will lead to confusion. Let's take ourselves to a comparison between 1 and 2.
Between 1 and 2.
Yes, please. I repeat my campaign objective. I am a new product seller. My budget is less, but I want to reach maximum people because I have a new product to launch.
Then it should be 1, ma'am. Because criteria, when you're saying that I have low budget and I want to cater, I want to reach to more audience, then the person who is influencer who can influence major number of population or my target customer, then obviously I would go for it. So I believe
Wonderful.
it totally depends upon the motive of my campaign. Then it depends upon that which matrix we have to choose, which micro influencer we have to choose.
Yeah, very nicely given, very nice statement, Dr. Razia. I really like your purview about it. Following question.
Thank
Now
you,
there
ma'am.
is another company who is already there in the market, has a good already established brand awareness, but now they want, people are switching their product. No, there are other competitors to whom there is a possibility that people may switch. For example, when Big Bazaar as a this vendor, as a grocery distributor was there at your doorstep, Reliance Jio also became a reasonable doorstep grocery delivery provider. So there were chances that people move to my competitor. So in that case, which sort of influencer will help me?
In that case, ma'am, the second one, because that person will get engaged with the brand and then it will try to spread the positive word of mouth.
Wonderful.
So in that case, in my opinion, like in my understanding, the second one will be better apt.
Yes, certainly. I am sorry I missed your name.
Dr. Mandakini.
Dr. Mandakini, thank you so much for giving that insight. That's brilliant. So certainly, yes. What happens in brand engagement? So there are many criterias to build up brand engagement. Why I got this example, that so that we get to know how the influencers build up brand engagement. One, that they take up your poll, they set up your poll, that what would you like out of these? See, I tried these, I like this. What would be your option for a travel destination? Would you like mountains? Would you like beaches? That is an opinion poll. So after their video log, they have kept a poll. So they want to engage me. The second way of engagement is that they are putting some free coupons. See, I tried this was discounted to me. Would you like to try this coupon? It will give you a discount. So for this, you enter your email address. So if I do so, the company will get my email ID. So the company has done a lead generation. Company has captured lots of email IDs who wants to try your new product at a discounted rate. So that's the other way of capturing the brand engagement. I hope this example has made a perspective a little clear. So these are some figures and what we will see on the tool. Let me take you to the tool right away. So I have captured from the tool itself the 3 criteria when we say the audience. So whosoever is, what I can see that for example, I'm using hyper auditor tool, what to finalize who would be the best influencer for the company. I am seeing that for which state that influencer is working. Is he working for United States? Is he what are the audience type? Are they real people? That's what the company want. What are their age and gender? What is their ethnicity? What is, so you can see for this influencer specifically, the target audience is from, maximum target audience is from 18 to 24. You can see that. And then we're talking about engagement rate. So engagement rate, I told you that 2 is a very good. So when we say 2, means 2 is a very good, decent engagement rate. Okay. And then the third is brand mention. So number of brands this influencer is talking in his post, the number of different brands they are talking, the number of times he is talking about a new brand in his post. So what is his brand mention? So he's talking about 19 brands in his post. What are the different categories of the brands for which he is talking? Even we can get a fair idea. So for example, this is a beauty product influencer, and what all 19 brands he talks about. He talks about Dove, he talks about shampoo, he talks about Patanjali, he talks about Maybelline, he talks about Lakme, and so on and so forth. So the number of brands for which this influencer has already done a campaign. So we'll get to know how trustable this influencer is. So in the last phase of my presentation, I'm taking you to that tool to show you from where to capture this information. On the home page of the Hyper Auditor tool, okay, on the home page, all right. So for example, I have typed, we were seeing earlier the video of Malini Agarwal, Miss Malini, right? So I'm taking you to her to see how on these 3 criteria, if I want to measure her performance before I decide, shall I go for her or not, or shall I go for a less, known. So how will I check? So you can, see how you can check that for this, for this lady out here. This is how. So for example, I want to see for audience, the type of audience she caters to is from the age group of 18 to 24. The type of people, to which country. That is why she is very famous, because she caters to different countries. And then moving ahead, this audience reachability. Then I'm just talking about the 3 broad segments. So one is audience reachability, second is engagement. You can see her engagement out here. Are people liking her post? Is it good? Is it between? Is it moderate? Are people spreading it? Are people sharing her post? And the third and the important one is brand mention. What brands she generally talks about. So what you can see over here, she talks about advertising performance. How is she? How good? Advertising performance, she is very low. But the post frequency, number of posts she does in a week, is 16.78 posts she keeps on doing in a week. That's a very decent post. So I believe that's like more than 2 posts a day she does. And for every post she does lots of justification to what she promotes. Second, every post is related to some of the campaign of a company. But she is known to give a genuine feedback. That is why she have the decent number of followers. With this, I am almost done with the kind of tools I wanted to share to you. If someone has a question, can please ask. Or you want me to take back to some slide if you have a doubt, yes.
If any question, they can go ahead.
Good evening, madam. Is my voice audible? Dr. Prabhu Shankar.
Hello, Dr. Prabhu Shankar.
Now my question is the influencer marketing and affiliate marketing both are same conceptually? Influencer marketing and affiliate marketing both can get revenue for the people who have been acting as influencers, right?
From the perspective of getting revenue, both of them have a different range of revenue collection. So I'm giving you a very quick example. For example, there is a lady who always, she's a makeup artist who only does the makeup for the Bollywood people, for the Bollywood celebrities. Now, when this lady, if she writes a blog and she puts some backlinks on her blog, she's doing an affiliate marketing, because with every click on that keyword she is able to drag the customer to a different website where that customer makes the purchase of. For example, in her blog she said that, see, to this while I was doing the makeup for Janvi Kapoor, I did a drastic effect and I put this eyeliner and things, and then a blue link, a backlink of that eyeliner is going to the website of that Maybelline company who is selling that eyeliner. So with every click, she is being paid in, like 50,000 per click. That is affiliate. But I, as in a person having interest in, for example, if I have an interest in makeup things and all that, I can also be an influencer. All the influencer may not be involved in the campaign things. So when broadly, when we try to discuss both the things, an influencer can also do affiliate marketing, but all influencers are certainly not doing paid campaigns. People like you and me can also be influencers. If we have genuine knowledge, we have an expertise in an area, we can also be influencers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for asking. Anybody else who has this question?
Any other question? Okay then, so thank you Dr. Shweta for a very wonderful demonstration of different type of influencer, and you explain the social psychological processes that makes interpersonal influence work, and provides a guidelines on how to identify people with influence. Thank you so much for the session. Thank you.
I thank you all of you once again for being very patient. Thank you Dr. Shamli for being there for my support. Thank you all.
So again, tomorrow the session will start at 9:30. Be on time. Thank you so much.